Hello, everyone.
Just kidding, it's me. I'm excited. I'm super excited. Welcome back to, finally, another Creepypasta stream. It's been a while. But I think tonight may yield some fun stuff. For any of you who are new to this specific stream, this is the second time I've done this ever, so, you know, basic rundown is I have a wheel that I'm going to spin with a whole bunch of really bad creepypastas. And whatever it lands on, we're gonna mark bingo spaces for every cliche we see in each creepypasta. And whoever gets a bingo first is awarded a VIP role in my Discord. Ooh! The coveted VIP role. I didn't have a prize last time, so I guess this makes up for it. To those who care. I know it's not like $1 million, but still fun. You sound very hyper-realistic tonight. I'm glad you noticed. I'm not in the Discord. You don't have to join if you don't want to. It's all for fun. However, the prize still remains. It's my little technique to get more people to join my server. That's what it is. Now, I do need you guys to put your chat name in. Whatever it shows on YouTube, I would like you to use that. So I do not know who JJH is. All right. I think... Wouldn't it be funny if I won 3 times in a row again? Neptune, I will strangle you if you win even more than twice. Just kidding. I'll strangle you hyper-realistically. Blah! That's what I'll do. Alright. It's been a while since I've busted this out. Oh, yeah! Yeah! I forgot how cool this looks. Strangle stream. That's me. I'm the strangle streamer. Alright, everyone. Straight into it! How are we feeling tonight? We feeling good? What are we hoping for? That's right, the answer was a bad creepypasta. You're so right. I'm ready to spin it. Ooh, I'm ready. I'm doing it! Mario Kart 64 Driven. Alright, let me go pull that up real quick. Where is it? There you are. There you are. Let me put this in. There it is. Layout still functions perfectly fine. Oh yeah. I need to, oops. Alright. Let me go ahead and just move some stuff around. on my monitors. Everybody go mark your free space. That's a given. Are we ready? I'm ready. Just let me real quick pull up some fitting music. How about that? Seppuku. Seppuku is another word for ending your life. Ending your own life. I don't want to say unalive because that's stupid. But that's, you know, that's what that means. For the uninitiated. Does everyone have a card? We have 4 cards set up, including mine. So to anyone else, you better start your card soon. Alright, let me read through 6 minute late. You are just in time. How about that? We haven't even started. There we go. Okay, I'm good. Mark your free space. Here we go. Music is malfunctioning. This is what I get for using YouTube. This is what I get for being an active YouTube user. They slow my shit down. Guess we're refreshing the page. Here it goes. Bad joke. Boo. Boo, I say. Growing up as a kid in the mid-90s, I was a Nintendo child through and through. Weekend upon weekend would go by as my brother and I played SNES and N64 until the crows came home. Back then, I was especially partial to my brother's N64 and the set of games he had with it. As a result, those got played a lot more by me and made Mario 64 my favorite game. Did you get the bingo card in description? It is in the description. I'm trying to see. I think if you have author's a big fan. Go ahead and mark that down. Nazi zombies and modern warfare may have taken up most of my gaming time as I became part of the Xbox Live age, but Mario 64 still held a place up most of my gaming time. Oh wait, oops. But Mario 64 still held a place in my heart as my all-time favorite. All of that was before these past 2 weeks. Now I won't touch an N64 at all. And I rarely play any Nintendo titles. A few months back, I brashly sold my N64 and my SNES at a yard sale my family was holding. Mark yard sale. Do I have that? I do not. A few months back, I brashly sold... I already went through that. Wait. Avarice and arrogance were brought to me by my discovery of my emulators. Vows to never play again. Yeah, you can write that. Oops. Avarice and arrogance were brought to me by my discovery of my emulators. In my eyes, their ability to deliver classic games in unlimited quantity at no cost was second to none. I don't remember much about that yard sale, but the family whom I sold it to left a distinct memory in my mind. Yeah, go ahead and mark resale. Oh, and you can mark franchise character. That's a given. There we go. The family consisted of a small Hispanic woman with 2 very young children. She didn't know much English, and at the time I didn't know any Spanish. The language barrier complicated things, but it didn't hinder the sale entirely. She walked off with an SNES and an N64 with roughly 20 games in total, and I walked off with $40. $40? For 2 consoles and 20 games? What are you doing? What's wrong with you? It hadn't taken me long to realize that this was an obtuse decision. When my brother found out, he was frustrated, but he agreed to help me get it back. He came into town 2 weeks ago, and on his second day, we headed off to our local used game shop. The store was a nice little place called Game Giant. My brother knew the owner and employees well, as he had gotten a lot of his PS2 games from them before he moved into a place of his own. As fate would have it, the very woman I sold it to would sell my N64 to the shop. We got it for $50, which was pretty cheap. The budget wouldn't allow for any games, however, so we were under the impression we would walk out empty-handed. After we explained our financial predicament to the owner, he told us this. They had a copy of Mario Kart 64 they were giving away for free. Giving away for free? Free, you say? Oddly enough, he waited for all the other customers to leave before he gave it to us. His hands were shaking and he started to stutter. He also let us know that we were more than entitled to a refund should we choose to take it back. Now, I had believed in ghosts, and still do, but the idea of a haunted video game seems implausible to me. My brother was a total skeptic and agreed with me. Thinking nothing of the store owner's strange behavior, he went home ready for a night filled with revived memories. We arrived back home at about 4 p.m. Versus was our first order of business. I chose Toad, my personal favorite from childhood, because of his unparalleled acceleration. My brother chose Luigi, his personal favorite, because he's the fastest of all the medium-weight characters. Shells were tossed and bananas were thrown until 6 o'clock. We had dinner, and then we delved into the Grand Prix races. Eagerly sold. Yes, go ahead and mark that down. I have that? I need to go and check my bingo card for anything. Eagerly sold. There it is. Checking. Nope, okay. We're all good. The game. All of the cups were completed on gold. Whoever played this game was pretty close to getting everything, as the only things left to complete were the reverse cups. It wasn't any fun to build on someone else's file, so we went to data to clear it. The lap times read all the same, 6 minutes and 66 seconds. Not only was this really creepy, but also really illogical. He mentioned it being haunted media. Yes, go ahead and mark that down. Also, technically impossible, due to the, 666. Oh, and also demonic satanic. All of those, we're marking everything. It's good stuff. How could someone get a perfect Grand Prix record with time trial times like that? My brother, being the skeptic he was, suggested it was someone trying to mess with us. Not being inclined to disagree, I cleared the data with the press of a button. That was undoubtedly the worst decision I have ever made in my life. Really? I wish I didn't. Go ahead. Melodramatic? Yes. Mark everything. This is a really good one. Look at that. I'm one away. I'm one away. Guys better watch out. The game shut off by itself. Only static could be seen and heard for a good 5 minutes. Dominantly audible was the depressed, scared voice of Mario repeating a cryptic phrase. "You have driven us," he said in clear melancholia. And now you must watch us suffer. You have driven us. That's, you know. My brother thought that this was just something someone programmed into the cartridge. I'd been playing the game for the entire time after dinner, and I refused to play it after what happened. My brother was visibly shaken, but he still wanted to prove me nothing out of the ordinary was wrong with this game. So he played it with me, watching the next morning. Author continues, despite goings-on. That's an easy one. Let's go to hell! Ah! He switched on the game without incident. The start menu and player select screens were all normal. He chose the Star Cup and started the first race. All of the characters looked normal, except things were very wrong. The borders on all the sides of the tracks. The borders on the sides of the track didn't display their usual Wario Stadium. Instead, they read, "You will pay." When the race started, Lakitu had a menacing smirk on his face. Evil would be the best way to describe it. After his sign said the number 1, it said die rather than go. Every time someone slipped on a banana, they didn't make the cheerful, cartoonish outburst they would normally make. Their cart would sputter out and black smoke would begin to fume out of the engine, accompanied by their screams and cries for help. My brother's character, Luigi, hurled his first close-range red shell in the entire race. It hit Yoshi with an explosive crash, and his cart went to pieces. The familiar little dinosaur was now bisected just past the spine, crawling along the track and begging for this to end. My brother was now visibly perturbed, but he pressed on and finished the race. Excessive gore? Character comes to life, edgy? No. Neither of those. I will let you guys know if it's edgy. Or character comes to life. Character comes to life is like, you know, I'm Mario, I'm evil Mario, I'm going to kill you. You know. Right when he passed the finish line, a distorted version of the victory theme played, accompanied by a slow, distorted, demonic laugh. And several explosion sounds. As Luigi made his victory lap, all of the racers whose carts were smoking had died as their carts exploded. Charred 64-bit body parts littered the course as a plume of smoke hovered over the racetrack. In front of all the racers' names, it said R.I.P. A distorted version of this. Yeah? Go ahead and put that down. Wow, we have so many marks and not a single bingo yet. I can't believe it. After this all was finished, he shut it off. The TV stayed on as he flicked the switch, and Mario appeared on the screen. His cart was a mangled mess besides his sprawled body. Bones protruded from his arms and legs, and patches of flesh were missing, revealing his muscles. His organs laid strewn on the floor around him as his body uncontrollably twitched in agony. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. Blood and bruises covered his pained face. He was panting, as if he were about to die. Mario had lost his cheerful, animated look and donned a dreary, solemn one. He softly wept. He softly wept as he gave a grave warning. You never should have cleared the data! His record has died! Now we will die too! You have driven him to this, so you must watch us suffer! That's what it sounds like. After all of that, These words appeared on the screen in the game's colorful, upbeat font. You have driven us. You have driven him. Oh, also, fourth wall break, if you have it. I have it. Oops. Wow, this one's long. My brother refused to play through the game's torture any longer. He couldn't after seeing the game he had loved for so long being perverted into this. I agreed to play in his place, so in exchange he got a video camera to immortalize this madness. I had to scour courage to turn that system back on. Blood and gore by itself don't bother me. It was seeing all of the suffering. It was too much. But something inside me pushed the power button on the N64. I wish I hadn't, in the interest of my peace of mind and my sanity. The title screen showed the characters going down the hill. Donkey Kong was splitting Luigi's skull in half with a buzzsaw, as opposed to hoisting up a green shell. The look on his face wasn't one of mischief either. It was one of pure bloodlust, of sick elation from being the orchestrator of such chaos and carnage. Peach, Yoshi, and Mario had looks of primal fear at the scene, obviously trying to drive away. A cloudy, lighting, muddled sky replaced the mild orange sunset. Flames danced in the distance as what sounded like a heartbeat played in place of the cheery soundtrack. The exuberant, excited "Welcome to Mario Kart" was replaced by the sobs of Mario. The entire sight disgusted me, but I managed to press start. Bloody eyes? Were there bloody eyes? I don't think there were bleeding eyes. Blingo? Or bingo? Someone has bingo. Blingo. Trying to search. Who's got bingo? I do not see a bingo. No blingo or bingo. Sorry, guys. The game catapulted me straight into the player select screen. The facial expressions of the characters had all drastically changed. All of the good characters, Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Toad, had an expression of utter horror on their faces. Some shook their heads nervously while others remained completely still. Bowser, Donkey Kong, and Wario were unanimously showing bloodlust. Not a playfully menacing look, but one of pure greed and evil. I moved over to Toad and selected him. Is this edgy? I would say not. Not edgy. You would be able to tell once it's edgy. And I will absolutely let you guys know. I will say, because an ad is about to play for the people without an ad block, I'm gonna take this time to just mention, wow, this is like Blood Whistle, but it's like a successor to Blood Whistle. It's just so unneedingly verbose for something that's so full of cliches at every corner. It's really something different, yet all of the same at the same time. You know, how crazy is that? Wax poetic. I don't think so. Pros of if is if Lovecraft was a Zoomer. I think, yeah, you can go ahead and mark down wax poetic. Alright, I think everyone who had an ad is now in the clear. I will continue. Instead of his happy trademark wahoo, he started to weep mournfully. It was starting a race on a more dejected than usual version of Bowser's Castle. The music was the same, except it was lower pitched and much more ominous sounding. It sounded so creepy it disturbed me. The first thing I noticed is that Peach was missing from the starting lineup. Lakitu had an even more nefarious-looking expression than he did earlier in the Wario Stadium race. The same disturbing introduction produced itself once again. 3, 2, 1, die. All of the cars sped past the bridge. A flame-shooting statue of a demon stood in the place of where Bowser would normally be. Bowser, Wario, and Donkey Kong all veered off to take their place next to the statue. An audible conversation could be heard, the satanic figure speaking in tongues not uttered by mortal men. All three of the villain characters appeared to be able to speak and understand this archaic language. Suddenly, a burst of flame shot out and killed Luigi. The three characters laughed in a sick tone. A tone that implied that they were loving the sight of such dismay. Luigi's flesh was charred, and his muscle was exposed in many places. As the villains all laughed, the demon repeated that cryptic, reoccurring message, "You have driven us." Peach's fate was soon dismally apparent. As Mario and I drifted the corner to evade the deathly torch of the demon's breath, I spotted her behind the bars of the Womp cage. She was tied to him with thick rope. Her eyes were missing their sockets as she cried, "Blood! Go ahead and mark empty, bleeding eyes." Thick, coagulated blood stained the entire front of her dress. Every time the greenish rock thumped the ground, she threw up blood. Every time the greenish rock thumped the ground, she threw up blood, creating a pool that filled up the entire bottom section of the translucent torture chamber. Through her torture, she emotionlessly choked out this resounding message: "You have driven them." With a final thump, pieces of her body went flying everywhere. The Womp laughed in the same tone the three villains did. Mario and my character Toad were the only ones alive at this point. After what happened to Peach, my brother threw up in his mouth a little. I asked him if he had gotten everything on camera. He did, so I unpaused the game and continued the race. I hadn't managed to dodge the bursts of flame emitting from the demonic statue all 3 laps. At this point, it wasn't even about winning or losing. It was about keeping my character alive. I didn't know what other dark forces this game possessed. Whatever was inside that game making all this happen wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, and I doubted its capacity for mercy. That is, assuming it would show me any, should it possess it. I didn't know what would happen to my character if I let him die, and I didn't want to find out. This was no longer game. I felt as if someone's life was in the balance, possibly mine. I finished first ahead of Mario, but a somber-sounding version of the losing theme played. Again, it said R.I.P. in front of our names, except this time, it was different. This time it said Richard, which was my actual name. The screen faded out to a womp laugh, which was scary in itself. I was then delivered to a sick version of a familiar environment. Game knows the author's name, or whatever it's called. You can mark that down. I see someone has a bingo. Alex has a bingo. It's official. Let me pull this up real quick. Check that out. There it is. Knows the author's name. Technically impossible. Haunted media. Melodramatic protagonist and franchise character. Nice. Alex, are you in the Discord? I need to ask. Because you have earned your role. Which one are you? I'll get that done eventually. Let me switch back here. What I'm gonna do real quick is I'm going to clear and scramble everyone's cards. We're gonna start from scratch. Go ahead and mark your free space. Oh, Monkeytopia. Okay. Mark your free space. But don't mark anything that's already happened. If they show up again, then we'll mark them. It was Rainbow Road, but there were no rainbows. Patterns of flesh, veins, eyeballs, and other various internal body parts created the floor. Go ahead and mark... Do I not have it? 4? I don't. What? That's insane. Well, if you have gore, go ahead and mark it down. Wario, Bowser, and Donkey Kong weren't present at this race. Mario and I were alone, waiting in grim anticipation for the race's dejected beginning. Our carts left tracks of blood. I went down the long track at the beginning. Mario performed a special trick. If you hop right before the drop gets steep, your cart will fly above everyone else's and you'll have a slight advantage. When Mario hit the ground, his wheels flew off of his cart. His body landed on the track with a hyper-realistic crunch as he cried out in pain. Hyper-realistic! Do I not have hyper-realistic either? Wow! This sucks. Excessive gore, yes. That was the first one we marked off. His legs and arms were broken, and he pleaded with me to end it. He yelled out to me as I passed, "Run me over! End my suffering! Drive me!" Fourth wall. Break. Do I not have that either? Holy shit, I have nothing! The sky was filled with the stars as usual. The music that played was a sped-up, backwards rendition of Royal Raceway's soundtrack. Modified. Do I not have that either? Oh, you can put down franchise character too if you have it. And technically impossible. There we go. The neon signs were altered. Instead of the happy-looking depictions of the characters, they were in agony. Each of them was suffering some sort of grotesque death. The 3 villainous characters just gave menacing looks, and they were all casting egregious death stares at my character. They also had speech bubbles saying things like, "You will burn." One of the comments especially disturbed me. It said, "You have driven us. You will pay." It was the final lap now. Lakitu laughed, and I could have sworn I heard something chuckle from my room. My brother did, and that was it for him. He told me to turn off the game or he was leaving. I obviously couldn't do that. I had no idea what would happen to Toad, and if I quit right then, I couldn't get past the guilt. Now, if it was a matter of life and death, the game conveyed the character's range of emotions so accurately. Much too accurately. I felt like if I left Toad hanging, I would be condemning him to an eternal hell. I had to keep playing. Character comes to life. No. Not quite. Not yet. Mario was still lying there. He was barley. He was barley alive, begging to be put out of his misery. But I refused to give that satisfaction to the game. I completed the race, and just like the last time, it said R.I.P. Richard, My place now read 666 instead of first. I got really scared. Okay, so author continues despite goings on. Game knows author's name. And satanic references. Demonic, satanic. Let me see. And also melodramatic protagonist. You can mark that down too. Okay. Just making sure I don't have any others that I haven't missed. How the hell did this game know I was playing? How could it speak to me? How did it know my name? Never before had a video game elicited emotions of such magnitude, elicited fear so primal. I persevered, hoping all of this madness would soon come to an end, if I could preserve my sanity. What I saw next will haunt me forever. Toad spawned in front of the Mario 64 castle in Royal Raceway. All of the greenery was ablaze, and the waterfall filled the surrounding moat with blood. Macabre figures could be seen in the distance. The sky was black and filled with lightning, as bursts of lava erupted in the distance. Where the yellow sand should have been laid, the flesh-like ground I encountered on Rainbow Road. I legitimately feared for my life at this point. This place looked like hell. No, it was hell. It had to be. Pressing on in gripping terror, I approached the winner's podium as blood flew up behind me. Bowser was in first, Donkey Kong in second, Wario in third. Wax poetic still? No, not this time. They were all laughing as the fire-breathing demon from Bowser's castle stood behind them with a greedy smirk. The floating fish was above, a look of stark bloodlust cast across its eerie, shadowed face. Behind the podium stood the characters in the states right before they died, disfigured and clinging to life. Except their eyes were all missing. They were bleeding like Peach was earlier, that soulless looking They were bleeding like Peach was earlier, that soulless look looming in their sockets. Empty eyes. They were unable to see anything, but they were staring at me. Their faces no longer displayed expressions of suffering or anguish. They were blank, looks bereft of any expression. Okay, you can mark wax poetic. You have driven us, they said as one. Suddenly, the swelling noise was made, as if the trophy were about to come out. Instead, it was much different. Blood went everywhere as a huge sword came down and sliced Bowser in half. The demon tore apart everyone else as Toad watched. He spared Toad for some reason. At the last moment, Toad turned to face the screen, his eyes now profusely bleeding and soulless. He chanted in unison with the demon beside him. You have left us. You have damned us. You have driven us. Character comes to life. You can mark it. Go ahead. The game then shut off by itself. Technically impossible. I guess I don't have it. Wow, I don't have jack shit. The game then shut off by itself. I tried removing the cartridge, but it burned my hand. It was steaming on the surface, so I took a nearby sweater and threw it on my driveway. I got my brother to burn it with me. While it was burning, we decided to see if the footage had been properly captured. The video had disappeared. My brother said he stopped the recording within the limit, so it should have been there. All we found was a single picture. It was a portrait of Mario crying blood as he did in the game. It said, "You have driven us," on the bottom. As the outer plastic melted from the game's shell, the sound of screams came from my room. I ran in my room to see what was going on. The door to my bathroom was open. Walking in, I was pushed to the point of tears. My sink was filled with blood. Written on the mirror were these words: "It will never end. You have driven us." Might be a reach, but is the bleeding eyes an allusion to Sonic .exe? No. It's too vague. If it were an allusion to another creepypasta, it would outright say, this isn't like other creepypastas, or no, I'm not like the other pastas. Allusions to other pastas would be just like name dropping other creepypastas in the pasta itself. Oh man. Let me see. I want to say abrupt ending. You guys can go ahead and put this down. Should end with, wow, this was a really elaborate ROM hack. Imagine. Let's take a look at that screenshot from earlier. Guys. Hyper-realistic blood. It's real. Oh my god. It's just so unscary. Immersion ruined? Was it not immersion? Was it not ruined from the beginning? What are you talking about? Alright. Well, everyone keep your bingo cards. We're gonna switch to the next pasta. Let me go ahead and pause the music real quick. Find a different track to play. Alright, I'm ready. Oh dear God. Okay, Laughing Jack. We're doing Laughing Jack. It's happening. God, right. I say that with surprise, as if I wasn't the one who blatantly put that in the list. What's Laughing Jack? Oh, you'll find out. Here we go. Why is the music not playing? Why do you do this to me? Terribly written. We haven't even started the creepypasta. Take that off your bingo card. It's about a guy who laughs. You'll never guess what his name is, by the way. Is it John? Beats me. Alright, here we go. It was a nice summer day. My 5-year-old son James was playing outside in the backyard of our suburban home. James has always been a quiet boy. He plays by himself mostly. He never had many friends, but he always had a wild imagination. I was in the kitchen feeding our dog Fido. Here, let me put that. I need to pull up my bingo card. There we go. When I heard what sounded like James talking to someone in the backyard. I'm not sure who it was he could be talking to. He could have finally made a friend. Being a single mom, it's hard for me to always keep an eye on my son, so I decided to go outside and check on him. When I went into the backyard, I was a bit confused, because James was the only person back there. Was he talking to himself? I could have sworn I heard another voice. James! It's time to come inside! I called out to him. He came inside and sat down at the kitchen table. It was about lunchtime, so I decided to make him a turkey sandwich. James, who were you talking to out there? I asked. James looked up for a moment. I was playing with my new friend, he said, smiling. I poured him some milk and continued to pry as any good mother would. Does your friend have a name? Why didn't you ask him to have lunch with us? I asked. James stared at me for a moment before replying. His name is Laughing Jack. I was a bit taken back by what he'd said. Oh? That's a strange name. What does your friend look like? I asked, a bit confused. He's a clown. He has long hair and a big swirly cone nose. He's got long arms and baggy pants with stripy socks, and he always smiles. I realized my son was talking about an imaginary friend. I suppose it is normal for kids his age to have an imaginary friend, especially when he has no real kids to play with. It's probably just a phase. The rest of the day went on as per usual, and it was starting to get late, so I put James to bed. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and made sure to turn on his nightlight before I closed the door. I was pretty tired myself, so I decided to go to bed not long after. But I had an awful nightmare. It was dark. I was in some kind of run-down amusement park. Abandoned location. Go ahead and mark that down, if you have it. Useless adults. We haven't even... She's being a responsible mother. This is the furthest thing from useless adult. It was dark. I was in some kind of run-down amusement park. I was scared. Running through an endless field of empty tents, broken-down rides, and abandoned game huts. The whole place had a horrible look to it. We're gonna get an ad soon, so I'm just gonna stop reading here for a little bit, like a minute or so. She made a turkey sandwich, useless adult. I think you guys just don't realize how good turkey can be. Unless she throws her kid to Laughing Jack. Exactly. I just want to win. I know you do. That's why I'm shooting it down, because it's not correct. It let me skip ad. Good, good. Just gonna wait another, like, 5 seconds. I've been getting a lot of One Piece ads lately, I will say. I don't know why or where it's coming from. I know I've been watching One Piece, but I think it's interesting how many of them I'm getting. Are we ready? Man, feels like every time I read these creepypastas, my nose decides to clog instantly. It's very, very frustrating. Anyway, everything was black and white. The prized stuffed animals all hung from nooses in the game huts, all with sick grins stitched on their faces. It felt like the whole park was looking at me, even though there wasn't another living thing in sight. You can mark plushie if you like, if you have it. Then suddenly, seppuku. I would say seppuku more in the sense that, like, they actively did it in the moment, rather than, you know, it just being in the distance. Like, if the mom ends her own life, then that would count. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. Then suddenly, I began to hear music play. The sounds of Pop Goes the Weasel being played on a squeeze box echoed through the park. It was hypnotizing. I followed its tune to the circus tent almost in a trance, unable to stop my legs from moving forward. It was pitch black. The only light came from a single spotlight shining on the center of the big top. As I walked toward the light, the music slowed down. I found myself singing along, unable to stop. All around the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel. Monkey, though 'twas all in fun. The music stopped right before its climax, and suddenly the lights shot on. The intensity of the lights was practically blinding. All I could see was a small, dark silhouette shuffle towards me. Then another one appeared, and another, and another. There were dozens of them, all coming toward me. I couldn't move. My legs were frozen. All I could do was watch as the haunting figures drew nearer. As they got closer, I could see they were children. As I looked at each one, I noticed they were all horribly disfigured and mutilated. Some had cuts all over their bodies, others were severely burnt, and others were missing limbs, even eyes. The children enveloped me, clawing at my flesh, dragging me to the ground and tearing inside me. As the children tore me apart and I faded away, all I could hear was laughter. Horrible, awful, evil laughter. You can mark bloody eyes or empty eyes. And did we already have blood? We already had excessive gore. I woke up the next morning in a cold sweat. After taking a few deep breaths, I looked over and saw that a few of James's action figures were positioned facing me on top of my nightstand. I sighed. James had probably woken up early and put these here. I gathered up the toys and made my way to James's room. However, when I opened the door, James was sound asleep. I just shrugged and placed the toys back into his toy box and headed out to the living room. A little while later, James woke up and I made him his breakfast. He was quiet and seemed a bit groggy. Perhaps he didn't sleep well either. I decided to ask him about the toys. James, honey, did you put the toys in Mommy's room this morning? His eyes shot up at me for a moment, then quickly glanced back down at his cereal.
Laughing Jack did it.
I rolled my eyes and responded, Well, you tell Laughing Jack to keep the toys in your room. James nodded and finished up his breakfast, then decided to go play out in the backyard. I went to relax in the living room and I must have dozed off because I woke up a couple hours later. Shit, I need to check on James! I was a bit worried and it had been over 2 hours and I haven't checked on him. I stepped out into the backyard, but James wasn't there anymore. I was getting nervous, so I called out to him. James! James, where are you? Just then I heard a giggle come from the front yard. I rushed through the gate around to the front of the house. James was sitting on the sidewalk. I breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to him. James, how many times have I told you to stay in the backyard? James? What are you eating? James looked up at me and then reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of candies in all colors. This made me very nervous. James, who gave you all that candy? James just stared at me, not speaking. James! Please, tell Mommy where you got that candy! James hung his head down and said,
Laughing Jack gave it to me.
My heart sunk. I kneeled down to look him in the eye. James, I've had enough of this damn Laughing Jack thing. He is not real. Now this is a very serious situation and I need to know who gave you the candy. This is just more proof that she is not a useless adult. I will say. I could see my son's eyes tear up.
But Mama, Laughing Jack did give me the candy.
I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. James has never lied to me, but what he's telling me is impossible. I made him spit out the candy and I throw the rest away. James appears to be fine. Maybe I'm just overreacting after all he could have... Maybe I'm just overreacting. After all, he could have gotten it from Tom and Linda from next door. Or Mr. Walker down the street. Either way, I'm going to have to keep a closer eye on James. That night I put James to bed as usual and decided to go to bed early myself. Suddenly, I was woken up by a loud bang coming from the kitchen. I sprung out of bed and hurried down the stairs. When I got to the kitchen, I was horrified. Everything on the counters had been thrown on the floor, and our dog Fido hung dead from the light fixture. His stomach was cut open and stuffed with candy, the same type that James was eating earlier that day. What? Let me see. What can we add here? Because obviously it's excessive gore, but we already did that. It's a dog. Should we mark touchy subject? Go ahead and mark touchy subject. I just love my dog. My shock was quickly broken by a sharp scream coming from James's room, followed by loud crashes. I quickly grabbed a knife from the drawer and moved up the stairs with the speed that only a mother whose child was in danger could have. I burst through the door and flicked on the lights. Everything in the room was knocked over and tossed on the floor. My poor son in his bed, crying and shaking with fear. A pool of urine staining the sheets. I scooped my child up and ran out of the house and went next door to Tom and Linda's house. Luckily, they were still awake. They let me use their phone and I called the police. It didn't take them long to arrive, and I explained what had happened. They looked at me as if I were crazy. They searched the house, but all they found was a dead dog and 2 trashed rooms. The officer told me that someone had probably gotten into the house and done this right before making a quick escape. When they heard me coming up the stairs, I knew it wasn't true. All the doors were locked and none of the windows were open. Whatever was in my house didn't come from outside. Man. The next day, James stayed inside. Wow, hold on. The next day, James stayed inside. I didn't want him to leave my sight. I went into the garage and found his old baby monitor and set it up in his room. If anything comes into his room tonight, I was going to be able to hear it. I went to the kitchen and grabbing the largest knife from the drawer. I went to the kitchen and grabbed the largest knife from the drawer and put it on my nightstand. Imaginary friend or not, I'm not letting anything hurt my little boy. Soon enough, night came. I put James to bed. I was afraid, but I promised him that I wasn't going to let anything happen to him. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and turned on the nightlight before closing the door. I whispered to him, "Good night, James. I love you." I tried to stay up as long as I could, but after a few hours I felt myself drifting off. My baby would be safe for the night, and I needed to sleep. Just as I lie my head on the pillow, I heard a soft noise come from the baby monitor I'd put on my nightstand. At first it sounded like interference, like the kind a radio would make. Then it turned into a soft moan. Was James asleep? Then I heard it, the laugh from my nightmare. That horrible laugh. I sprung up from bed and grabbed the knife from under my pillow. I rushed over to James's room and creaked the door open. I tried the light switch, but it wouldn't come on. I took a step in and I could feel the warm, thick liquid on my feet. Suddenly, James's nightlight came on and I could see the absolute horror laid out in front of me. James's body was nailed up on the wall, nails piercing through his hands and feet. His chest was cut wide open and his organs hung down to the floor. His eyes and tongue had been removed along with most of his teeth. I was disgusted. I could hardly believe this was my baby boy. Then I heard it, again, the soft, desperate moan. James was still alive. My baby, my poor baby, in so much pain, barely clinging to life. I ran across the room and vomited on the floor, but my sickness was interrupted by a horrible cackle coming from behind me. I spun around while still wiping bile from my mouth. Then out of the shadows emerged the fiend responsible for all this horror. Laughing Jack. His ghost white skin and matted black hair hung down to his shoulders. He had piercing white eyes surrounded by dark black rings. His twisted smile revealed a row of sharp, jagged teeth, and his skin didn't look like skin at all. It almost looked like rubber or plastic. He wore a patchy, black and white clown outfit with striped sleeves and socks. His body itself was grotesque, his long arms hanging down past his waist, and the way he was poised made him look almost boneless, like a rag doll. He let out a sickening laugh as if to let me know he was pleased with my reaction to his work. He then turned around slowly in front of James and began to laugh even more at the horrific sight he had laid out. That was enough to shake me from my terror. I snapped. "Get away from him, you bastard!" I rushed at the monster, raising the knife above my head, and stabbed down at him. But as soon as the knife touched him, he disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. The knife passed right through and pierced James's still-beating heart, splashing warm blood on my face. No. What have I done? My baby! I killed my baby! I immediately fell to my knees. I could hear sirens in the distance growing louder. My boy, my sweet baby boy, I promised Mommy would protect you, but I failed. I'm sorry, James. I'm so sorry. Police soon arrived to find me in front of my son, still wielding the knife, covered in my baby's blood. The trial was short. Insanity. I was placed in the Fearopolis house for the criminally insane, where I've been for the past 2 months. It's not so bad here. The only reason I'm awake now is because someone is playing Pop Goes the Weasel outside my window. I'll talk to the orderlies about it in the morning. She did go insane. Goes insane. You can write that down. Let me see. What's the one I was, abrupt ending. We already put that down. Never mind. Wow, a whole creepypasta down with no bingos. That's pretty crazy. Well, that was not as bad as I thought it was. However, it is pretty egregiously, like, tone deaf. We don't have You're Next, right? No, You're Next. Very interesting direction. Like, I feel like, you know, you can have death of it's another one of those creepypastas where it's written competently. However, the story itself is kind of boo. I do feel like it had a lot of potential if they maybe would have elaborated more on the monster, like, where is this guy coming from? It takes my immersion out of it when they say, oh, he disappeared into a plume of black smoke. Like, yeah, of course he did. Evil magic clown can do all this mystical magical stuff. Like, what? Why? I think it would have been cool if he was just a creature, like, just this lunking clown guy who doesn't have magic, however does stir chaos. I feel like it would have been better without the, the intense detail into the child and the dog's death. Like, you can have those in a story, but I feel like there's a certain way you have to go about it, or else it kind of falls flat. Kind of makes it sound... You know what? Speaking of, go ahead and mark down edgy. Go ahead and mark down edgy right now, if you haven't already. Overly specific? Overly specific is like, at 3:45 p.m. a 38.5 second video played on my computer monitor. You know, that's the kind of stuff we're talking about. Maybe she was crazy from the beginning and doing it all herself. Well, right, maybe, but... Bingo? Is it true? Alex got bingo again? Oh my god! Here it is. My guy's in the way. If I could move him just a little bit. There we go. Technically impossible. Touchy subject. Edgy. Melodramatic protagonist. And fourth wall break. There you guys go. Winner, winner. Unfortunately, you don't get 2 VIP roles. Can't give that to you. I don't even know what you do with that anyway. Well, it's about that time now. Clear and scramble. Everyone's cards are back to default settings. Done playing bingo, just gonna listen along. Alright, no worries. I will take your bingo card and delete it. There we go. Alright, you know what time it is! It's time to spin the wheel! You ready? Woo! Woo! Time to spin the wheel. We love spinning the wheel. Super Mario 64 damned. Well, alright. Sure thing. I would have hoped for Minecraft Satan Edition. I just joined stream looking at your marks. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? I already have 4 out of 5 marks. Maybe eventually we'll get Minecraft Satan Edition. It's so funny. I'm sure it is. I don't know. We will just have to see. I'll pull this up real quick. Where are you? Where is it? I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Super Mario 64 damned. Couldn't find it for some reason. Here it is. Let me put on the music. Again, we're gonna do this shit? There it goes. I could never, in my wildest nightmares, have ever imagined the horrors that could plague even the most simple of life's enjoyments. The darkness that could invade any world, whether it be real or fictional. It all started the day me and my girlfriend were taking about video games. Taking? Am I allowed to change the card? No. Nope. Gotta stick with what you got. Them's the rules. It all started the day me and my girlfriend were talking about video games we used to play growing up, and games that we used to enjoy. Over the years of my childhood, I've collected several games pertaining to several different consoles, but we both found the topic of Nintendo 64 to be the most fun. So that day, we decided to pick one up from my uncle's video game store, and perhaps even pick one of the greatest N64 titles, Super Mario 64. I want to say unrealistic just for the sole fact that the author has a girlfriend in this. No creepypasta writer ever has... You get no pussy! You know? Let's see, where are we? There it is. Don't mark that though, don't mark that. It's just a joke. What did you guys mark? What was that? Franchise character. You're right! Good catch, you guys. See, I'm not what I'm not what it's cut out to be. Not what I've fallen off. Hello, Patat. We just started a new bingo card. You came just in time. Now, when we got there, it took some time and a lot of browsing, but we were able to find the game about an hour or so in several bins he had placed throughout the store. The only copy he had, it appeared. As well as that, we found an N64, the very last one that he had in stock, ironically. And best part about it was, he gave it to us for free. He told me that it had just been bought and returned nearly 15 times since it came into his possession. Now he was just looking to get rid of it. He also told me that, ironically, the game was always returned with it as well, as they always seemed to be bought together. He had heard that something was wrong with one or the other, and that some people even went as far as to tell him that they were evil, made in hell, things like that. Oh, Alex gotta go. Alright, I will make sure to give you the roll by the time the stream is over. Also, I'm gonna take a break to, just chat real quick, because another ad break is playing for those without an ad block. Let me see. We have a few that we can mark down. Demonic and Satanic. Author is a... no, I wouldn't say that. Not unless it was outright said, I've always been a fan of Mario 64. Mark down Demonic / Satanic. Mark Resale. And mark... what's the one? I'm sure you guys have it. It's... what's wrong with me? Author is a huge fan. No, no, no. Not unless it's like explicitly... well, was it? Pick up the greatest N64. Yeah, mark down author is a huge fan. Fine. You win. What is... the... give it away for free. That one. That space. Anyway. Seeing as how he only heard the story from 3 out of 15 customers, I brushed it off as just some hysterical story told by people who decided they simply didn't want to keep the system. An excuse, if you will. And gave him $20 for Super Mario 64. Cheap jerk gave me the N64 for free, though. We went back home after being gone for about an hour and a half. When I got home, I laid the system in my living room TV. When I got home, I laid the system by my living room TV and started to rummage through old boxes, where I kept all sorts of games, ranging from classic Atari games to the ever-popular Dreamcast. It was actually sort of strange, because in these boxes I found that I owned every major console except for an N64. Well, until now anyways. I pulled out my box with all of my N64 games in it, and began to dig through it. I found games like The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, as well as its sequel, Majora's Mask, and the 2 Castlevania titles for the system itself, Castlevania 64 and Legacy of Darkness, and so on. Then, it was time to hook it up. After everything was set up, my girlfriend decided that she wanted to put in Super Mario 64 first, and after some effort, the game was ready to go. "It's me, Mario!" it called out in its upbeat pitch. My girlfriend decided to mess with Mario's face a bit before finally pressing start on her purple controller, and the screen transitioned to the file select screen. There were some files already on the game. In fact, all 4 slots were filled, each having just started the game because there were no stars on any file. So we started deleting them. After we deleted one file, however, the game froze, and there was a deafening screech coming from our TV speakers. It sounded almost as if someone was screaming from the game itself. My girlfriend turned off the system after about 5 seconds. After a moment or so, she flipped it back on and we all went back to the file select screen. Strangely enough, that file we had deleted on file 1 was back. This time, it had 66 stars, even though previously it had none. You could say... No, because I guess it's not technically impossible. No TV has a limiter. That is very well possible. So once more, she deleted it, and again it made a loud screeching... Well, okay, no, because the file's coming back. No, okay, hold on. I need to get it out of the way first. I need to, like, define what technically impossible means. Technically impossible is something that happens within something's hardware that is impossible. Like, if you saw high-res graphics, hyper-realistic graphics on an NES, or if you heard, like, real human speech coming out of a Sega Genesis. That's not what happens. That's technically impossible. That's what I'm going for when I say technically impossible. When I say the file came up, the file returned back, like, yeah, that's, like, not what would happen in real life, but you could easily mod that in. That's, like, not something that is out of the realm of possibility. Anyway, sorry, my rant is over now. Once more, she deleted it, and again it made a loud screeching sound. This time I could swear to God that it was louder than before. To the point where we both fell back while covering our ears. As I was closer to the plug than the system itself, I jerked it out of the wall. This time, before we bothered trying, I took the game out of the system and took it into the kitchen. It turned out that it was really dusty, which explained, at least to me, why the game was reacting the way it was, although it was still weird. After cleaning it with a Q-tip, I took it back to the living room. I handed it to her. She plugged the console back into the wall, and we were ready to go. By now, it was getting dark out. She plugged the console back into the wall, and we were ready to go. By now... Oh, what the fuck just happened? By now, it was getting dark out. There was no light in the room, and we couldn't plug in our lamp because the system and TV took up at the outlet, so we were forced to play in the dark. For me, something didn't feel right, because for some reason I was filled with a sense of nervousness that I could not quite explain. I shook it off and turned on the system. When we were back to the file select screen, each file that was there previously was gone, oddly enough, which to me confirmed my suspicion that it was just a dirty game messing up. So we started a new game on file 1, and the screen lagged like it were a CD or something. But after about a minute, it started up normally. We got the opening scene with Peach inviting Mario to the castle, and the camera, as usual, followed up the pathway to the giant green pipe with Mario, which Mario leaped out of. She was in control of the game and took Mario directly to the castle. When she opened the door to the castle, there was a prolonged pause which made me nervous. Once again, the loud screeching that ruined our game previously shot through our ears, and it felt like glass was jabbed into my eardrums. We were both overwhelmed because of the terrible screaming, and could not even think to reach the system to the plug. After about 30 seconds, it stopped, and we looked up to the TV. Mario had somehow found his way to Big Boo's haunt. As the mansion that had never appeared this creepy when I used to play it loomed over Mario's head, ominously. "What the hell?" I said as I regained myself. My girlfriend was still getting herself together, and it took her a minute to process what was going on. Must have been a glitch. Yeah. Must have been a Pibby glitch. Do I not have that? Wow, I don't have that. Turn down the TV's volume. Oh, duh! Why didn't I think of that? I took the controller now and took a good look at the mansion itself. It was nothing like it was supposed to be. It had castle-like features, actually, and it was covered in The sky had black and red. Oh, wait, no! It was nothing like it was supposed to be. It had castle-like features, actually, and was covered totally in blood and rust. The sky had black and red colors about it, complemented by the black clouds that seemed to pass by in an instant. I noticed that a new tower was now coming out of the mansion. Ow. And upon getting a good look at it, I noticed several figures hanging from it. The whole screen faded to white, like it does in the entrance room when you look up at the skylight and go to the world that you obtain the wing cap in. My board sucks. I think all of our boards suck. We're not doing too hot right now. I apologize. It's not my fault. See, where were we? When Mario reappeared, he had somehow made it on top of the tower, on a platform that went all the way down, all the way around. The sky had a gloomy look to it as each cloud passed over the tower. As dark as the night sky, and lightning began to rule the sky and illuminate the clouds in its thunderous wake. I tried for the first time to move Mario forward, but a bolt of lightning stopped any movement that I was willing to make at the moment. I dropped the controller. My heart began to race. I didn't know what to expect. I could see by the look in my girlfriend's eyes that a strong sense of paranoia had overcome her, because I constantly noticed her looking back or behind us in the shadows that covered the room. With hesitation, I took the controller in hand and moved Mario forward about a foot or so before something fell from the top of the screen and the camera zoomed in on it. Go ahead and mark down melodramatic author if you have it. I do not. I don't have jack shit, dude. It was a depiction of Mario with a noose around his neck. I guess you could call this seppuku because it happened right then. Go ahead and mark seppuku because we need to mark shit down. Question, go for it. What's a seppuku? Ending your life. I don't want to risk saying the other S word on YouTube. You know how it is. It was a depiction of Mario with a noose around his neck. We both yelled out and I dropped the controller on the floor. I moved back as quickly as possible. Mario's clothes were ripped all over, exposing several parts of his body. Underneath the clothes we can make out stab wounds from either a knife or a dagger, which more than likely caused the blood to splatter all over his skin and remaining clothing. But the most grotesque part of the image were his eyelids and mouth, sewn shut with blood trickling down his cheeks and chin. I was appalled at the gruesome sight. My heart was racing. I could swear to this day that at the moment the dead Mario fell from the top of the screen, that I heard something run into my bedroom. You can mark... Don't put lack of enemies. We're not really in a section that's supposed to have enemies, I don't think. Bleeding eyes. Don't mark bleeding eyes, however, put down excessive gore. You can mark that down. That's an easy one. When I say bleeding or empty eyes, we're talking about like Sonic.exe. Empty and bleeding. You know. Empty or bleeding. But I wouldn't count that. Because if there's blood everywhere else, then of course it's going to be in his eyes. All of the hung figures were of Mario. Please use the correct version of hanged. It's hanged, when in the context of being hanged, like from a noose, it's hanged, not hung. When you say hung, it makes him sound like he has a giant cock. Several hung Marios. Oh no! All of the hanged figures were of Mario. All the exact same, with eyelids and mouths sewn shut and stab wounds all over their bodies. I worked up all the courage I could muster. I again unplugged the N64, which turned off, but not at that instant. Before the TV screen. Ate too many mushrooms. Technically impossible. Wait, let me finish this sentence. It didn't turn off immediately. Well, that's kind of what happens. If there's plug coming from an outlet, it's gonna run through until the electricity runs out, which a console like the N64 does not use a lot of electricity. That's very likely what could happen. When I unplug my computer for reasons, the screens don't immediately turn off. It takes like a quarter of a second, which is real. I again unplugged the N64, which turned off, but not at that instant. Before the TV screen went black, the hung Mario's face. Stop saying hung! Before the TV screen went black, the hanged Mario's face, underneath his sewn lips, was smirking at us. It's not funny. Broke the fourth wall, I guess. You could say that. Because there he is. Ah, he's looking at you. No hanged, you have to say it verbatim. Fine. I didn't want to get up, not even to turn on the lights. I wanted to remain in that exact spot sitting down, because at least there I felt somewhat safe. But for my girlfriend's sake, I plugged in the lamp and it lit up the room. Everything was peaceful, perhaps a calm after the storm. And I took a deep breath and sat back down. I couldn't get that image out of my head, that smirk. I felt powerless as to what my mind wanted to remain on. I sat on the floor next to my girlfriend and hugged her, picked her up and took her to bed. Who the hell would make a game like that? It had to be the game. It had to be hacked. It's the only thing that made any sense to me. What I saw in that game, I would define as evil in its sickest form. Stop thinking about hung Mario. This is my fault. Never mind. I was gonna say this is your fault for bringing it back up, but who was the one who brought it up in the first place? Yeah. Without a word between us, we laid in bed for what felt like hours before one of us finally broke the silence. She told me that she wanted to get rid of that game as soon as possible. As it was already late, I decided that it would be best to wait until tomorrow, because I was sure that my uncle's store was closed, and GameStop couldn't take games that old. So we stayed in bed and agreed that we would not play that game again. But I couldn't get it out of my head still. I wanted to know why, or how this was done. My curiosity got the better of me in the end, and after she had fallen asleep, I quietly got out of the bed, went back into the living room, plugged in the N64, and didn't turn it on. I didn't have to. The game started itself, and not only that, picked up exactly where it left off. I was astounded by this, because I had never seen the N64 do anything like that. Right then and there, I knew that there was more to this than I knew, and I had to know what. I was fascinated. Drawn in, perhaps. Okay, so that is technically impossible. And Do we have author continues despite goings on? If not, then go ahead and mark that down now. They vowed not to play the game, and he proceeds to do so. Wow, genius! I got a good look around the tower, despite being disgusted and... I can't read! What good is a creepypasta reading if I can't read? I got a good look around the tower. Despite being disgusted, I was morbidly fascinated by the entire scene. The paranoia it could convey was intriguing. After a few minutes of looking around, I pressed the pause button, and again the screen faded, this time to black. It took me all the way back to the file select screen, and I found myself with more questions than answers. All the files were back, again! File 1 had 66 stars, while files 2, 3, and 4 had none. I tried to remember back to when we picked the file, and I was certain that they were not there before. I tried loading file 4 first, and in response, the game showed me a picture of Mario dead in a pool of his own blood, with his eyeballs and entrails hanging out. After a shudder, it allowed me to hit B and go back. I tried loading file 3, and again I got another appalling picture. It was Mario once again, staring directly into the screen with bloodshot eyes that looked so close to real that I really thought they... Holy shit, this sentence sucks. It was Mario once again, staring directly into the screen with bloodshot eyes that looked so close to real that I could... that looked so close to real that I really thought that they were. Hyper-realistic. Go ahead and mark hyper-realistic. What a fucking awesome shit. What a shit. His mouth was gaping open and his tongue was missing. Well, it was missing from his mouth at least. I examined further and realized that Mario's tongue was wrapped around his throat, and that he was being strangled with it. I heard a chuckle of sorts, not from the game, but it sounded like it was from directly behind me. I ignored it against my better judgment. Terribly written? No, terribly written is like, I go to house and inside house is scary Sonic and... That's... When I say terribly written, I mean like it's consistently poorly written. Like no spell check, no peer review, shit like that. The plot is bad. That's... doesn't count, unfortunately. All of the plots are bad. If that were the case, I would have given that... I would have had that be the free space. How long is Mario's tongue? I don't know. If he's hung, then who knows how big his tongue is. Who knows, maybe it's not his tongue. Are we going for a horizontal, vertical, or diagonal? We're going for all of them. Either, any of them. Oh shit, you got a bingo. When did that happen? There it is. Author is a huge fan. Technically impossible. Free space. Melodramatic protagonist. And demonic/satanic. Wow. How long have you been sitting on that one? I feel like we went through all of those before. Oh well. Let me go through and... You'll never guess, but it's time to scramble the cards. Once more, mark your free space. I think you marked one on accident. Well, those are all true. Are you wiping it right now or after the creepypasta? Right now. We mark it, we wipe it after someone gets a bingo. That's the gist. During the final creepypasta, though, we will just keep going after someone gets a bingo, because, you know, for funsies. Let me see, where are we? I tried to start up file 2 now, and a video began to play. Mario was strapped down on a table in a decrepit version of the castle's entrance hall. The stones were all black, blood oozing from the cracks between each of them. Curtains that hung from the ceiling were tattered and falling apart. They appeared to be worn with the years. In the background, Peach and Toadstool were strapped to both sides of the door that led to the basement area. Toadstool had the mushroom on his head torn off. I could make out his skull showing through the still fresh wound. He was obviously dead. Peach sent me into a state of awe. Her skin was peeled off, and all I could see were fully formed was her head, which remained untouched. Jesus Christ, I said silently as the video continued. Sorry, we got an ad break, so I'm just gonna take a quick moment to pause a bit. I need to look through this, see how much left we have. A few more paragraphs. Excessive gore, you can mark that down. Also, I'm just gonna wait a little bit. Let me know when the ads are over. I mean, funny I say that, but funny I say that while you guys are getting an ad. I will say, Toadstool is Peach. Why would they say Peach and Toadstool? They mean Toad. They obviously mean Toad. Like, Toadstool. Do they mean Toad's worth? The old Toad? Who else could they mean? Just a random Toad? Toadstool. What? No! His name is Toad! Anyway. Go ahead and mark down excessive gore if you have it. Mario struggled for freedom as the door upstairs opened, and a black mass slowly came through. Its footsteps solemnly echoed through the silent hall. The curtains on the ceiling blew casually to its passing as it moved down the steps toward him. Mario pulled and pulled, but found no way to escape the situation that he'd found himself in. And in response, he began to beg for his life and pray. The black mass inched ever closer to the hero. It seemed as though Mario gave up. The black mass walked around the table and stopped directly in front of Mario. Again, the hero begged, pleaded for his life. He told the black mass that he would do anything, only spare him for any crime that he committed against it. I saw a tear roll down Mario's cheek, and he slowly closed his eyes, and he closed his eyes tightly. Where did I get slowly? A rope tied around his neck. He gagged and took in only heavy breaths. I couldn't see a hand so much as touch the rope, or where it even came from, but it was indeed there. With just enough slack so that Mario could breathe. With just enough slack so that Mario could breathe. Deep lacerations cut through Mario's clothes, and blood by the gallons covered his hem. Deep lacerations cut through Mario's clothes, and blood by the gallons. Deep lacerations cut through Mario's clothes, and blood by the gallons covered him. Him. Deep lacerations cut through Mario's clothes, and blood by the gallons covered his him in a crimson pool. He screamed, begged, pleaded, asked for death, but it was not given to him. Not yet, anyways. The cuts continued until the floor was covered in the dark red liquid exuding slowly to the floor. Finally, the swipes and stabs ceased altogether, and there was a deep, methodical silence that only Mario's gasps of misery filled. Before I could so much as think on what I had just seen, his eyes and mouth were forced shut, and I could see it for myself, a black needle going through both of his eyelids and mouth simultaneously. effectively silencing him other than his muffled screams. Even more blood came from the fresh wounds and covered up his face. The rope tightened around Mario's neck, although he made no effort to escape. It was over. After a few short grunts, Mario was silent altogether, with not so much of a breath or a movement. His face was terror personified, and even though this is a video game, the pain one would have to endure, the torture. My God. Again, before the screen faded to black, that Mario smirked at me. I sat in silence. The title screen with Mario's head came up on screen. Only, it wasn't the same Mario. The background was all black, and the Mario was the same Mario from the scene that I had just watched. He had that smirk still on his face. Sure it isn't consistently poorly written? Yes, it's consistently poorly written. That is what the thing means. And I'm sure we'll get one of those eventually. I'm sorry to not give it to you, but... You can also put down franchise character and melodramatic protagonist. Do I have that first one? What would a smirking Mario even look like? Like Mario smirking? I don't know. You should add something for tension-destroying typos, i.e. hung Mario. I feel like every story is bound to have a typo. That's a hard one to really categorize or put into like 3 or so words. What does "I'm not like the other pastas" mean? That's like if the story starts with, "Now I know you know what a creepypasta is, but this is not one of those. This really happened." That's what that is. After much debate, I decided to keep going. I went to the file select screen and, with all the courage that my heart could muster, I loaded file 1, 66 stars. Author continues despite goings on. Like, is he stupid? The game loaded to a demonic laugh. Go ahead and mark demonic. I don't have it. And a black sky filled with blood-red clouds. Repeatedly, I could hear a dark, brooding voice saying, "Game over." Like Mario would after you lost all of your lives. Game over! The Mario that I was controlling was the same Mario that I had seen killed, and on the title select screen, screams, torment, bodies littered the pathway to the castle. The bodies of Peach, several toadstools, and at the end, a dead Bowser, whose head was missing, and whose bodies was impaled on a pike right outside of the bridge. I entered the castle and found myself back at Big Boo's haunt. I didn't question it anymore. I just went with it. The scene had not changed, not even slightly. And ignoring all of the graphical details, I entered the mansion, to what I was sure would strike my heart in some way, shape, or form. Excessive gore? Yes, yeah. That one we marked, I think, first. I just don't have it on my card. I could feel something. Something circling and enclosing around me. I ignored it. I had to. I needed to know what this was, or what was going on. Something whispered in my ear. I was sure of it. I gulped as the screen transitioned to the entrance hall of Big Boo's haunt, the room with all of the doors. The bodies of faceless Marios were hung all over the ceiling, illuminated only by torches. I could feel sweat trickling down the back of my neck as I saw a standalone figure all the way on the upper balcony. I moved Mario slowly towards it. I was afraid. I'm more than willing to admit that, and have never been more afraid in my life. That gore is so excessive it invented the internet. You could say breaking the fourth wall broken. Just because of, like, he heard whisperings, you know, stuff like that. I jumped up the steps one at a time, moving cautiously and carefully. It was another hung man, that was for certain. But who it was, I'll never forget. It was Johnny Sins. As I reached the body, I hesitated, but zoomed in on it. I began to tremble, my hands barely holding the controller. The figure was indeed a man, hung by a rope. That man had his eyes and mouth sewn shut, just like Mario, and was bleeding profusely from his eye sockets. That man, in all of his pain, was me. He let out a scream, something haunting and bone-chilling. A wail like nothing that I had ever heard. The screen began to flicker and turn to static. I tried to turn off the system. I tried to unplug it, and nothing worked. The TV wouldn't even turn off. I saw my corpse through the static, burning as its haunted wail had yet to cease. Mario turned his head 180 degrees and looked at the screen, and with a smirk on his face let out a wail just like I did. My head began to hurt and throb. I fell to the floor. And the last thing that I remember from that night was seeing a black mass hovering over me. Wow, that's a fucking shit ending. Go ahead and mark down, what's the one? Oh, you can also mark haunted media if you have it. But won't turn off. Don't mark that one. Unless, wait. Did he turn off the power button? Yeah, just ended. The abrupt ending, that's what it's called. Jeez, what's wrong with me? Nothing interesting happened. It's true, nothing good happened. Well, another creepypasta goes by without a bingo. But that's alright. That's why we have the wheel. Oh boy. You know what? Before we start this creepypasta, I think now would be a good time for me to just take a quick break. I need to go freshen up, probably blow my nose, so that my voice doesn't sound awful reading you guys these stories. He tried to turn it off, but it wouldn't let him. Okay, you can put down... Won't turn on. Did I mark that one? Just real quick, I'm gonna make sure. Did I even have it? I didn't have it. You can mark it, though. I guess I missed that part. Oops. Yeah, you guys can point out any ones that I may miss. Please. Alright, I will be back soon.
Hello.
Just kidding, it's still me. I'm back. I feel great. Now, how's about we spin that wheel, huh? Time to spin that wheel? I love spinning that wheel. It's time to spin the wheel! Oh shit, the grieving! Oh my god. You did the spooky voice. I thought Astra was there. No, I'm not Astra. Oh man, you're not ready. Gotta find it. We're gonna read 3 more creepypastas, and then I have a good one to read for all of you who stuck to the end. Like a good creepypasta, one that is not cringe, not bad. Like it genuinely is cool. And I will read that out with no background noise, no background music. Just a dramatic reading. Anyway, where are you? There it is. Boom. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, this is... Oh, it's not that long. I just thought it was long because the scroll bar was big. It's just because it has a lot of comments. Alright, you ready? I gotta put some music on. The Tawag intro on loop. No. As much as I really want to do that, you're not gonna derail this stream. All right. Sorry. The first words. Author is a huge fan. I've always loved Cartoon Network. I've always loved Cartoon Network. When I was growing up, it was my favorite channel to watch. Even today, it has some good shows, like Adventure Time and Regular Show. One of the newest shows on the network, The Amazing World of Gumball, is a cute and mildly entertaining show. Not really my cup of tea, it's a little immature, but my brother seems to like it a lot. One day, I was watching Adult Swim when I realized that I'd been up so late that I hadn't even kept track of the time. It was already 4 a.m. I don't recall ever watching Adult Swim this late, so I stayed awake to see what would happen when it ended. A little bumper showed up at the bottom of the screen during a commercial break. It said that a special episode of The Amazing World of Gumball was about to come on. I was a little confused about an episode of a very popular new show coming on this early, but I was bored and decided I would watch it, thinking it might come on later in the day so I could spoil it for my brother. Sort of mean, I know. 2, 1, add. Sorry. Gonna wait a little bit. This one, I don't have high hopes for. There may be quite a few cliches, but I don't know. It's kind of just bad in a less cliche way, as much as it is just bad, period. And not to say it's poorly written, because it is competently enough written, like we've seen with the past few creepypastas. Anyway, I'm just waiting for everyone to get back from the ad break. And we will be fine. I think we should be fine now, right? I can keep going. Doesn't take longer than 30 seconds, I wouldn't think. Skip the ad again. Well, just because you skip the ad doesn't mean that, like, people aren't getting unskippable ads. Who knows? I'm good. Okay, cool. Onward! The flashy and energetic intro theme played, although it was played a little differently than I recall. The music was a little different, and the show's logo wasn't animated. Its colors were done rather sloppily as well, almost like something a little kid would do on a doodle board or a glow board. I ignored it, assuming that it was done just for this special episode. The title of the episode was The Grieving, a sort of sad title, but I didn't really pay too much attention. Wow, this author's stupid. So, author continues. Well, no, I wouldn't say that yet. Because nothing, like, super crazy has happened. However, must have been a glitch. You can mark that down just as, like, a foresight. Because, no, there's no glitches, but it's still one of those things. Can I read it like the Burger King foot lettuce guy? You mean Chills. His name is Chills. Before we go on, my name is Chills. Please follow my Instagram at chills_. I forgot what he says. The flashy and energetic intro theme played, although it was played a little differently than I recall. The music was a little different, and the show's logo wasn't animated. Its colors were done rather sloppily as well, almost like something a little kid would do on a doodle board or a glow board. I ignored it, and assuming that it was done just for this special episode. The title of the episode was The Grieving, a sort of sad title, but I didn't really pay too much attention. There you go, you're welcome. I wish I could do it better. I feel like I'm so close. It's 4 in the morning, maybe he's a little sleep deprived. I mean, fair, I guess you could give him that. But considering how much detail he's gonna go into, I feel like, you know, we'll see. It began with Gumball, the show's 12-year-old protagonist, standing alone facing a corner of his dimly lit classroom. He looked absolutely miserable, a far cry from the cheerful demeanor he usually had. There was no one else in the room, not even his best friend and adopted brother, Darwin, the goldfish. And the windows in the room clearly showed the night sky outside. I was really starting to get confused. Why would he be at school at night? Why was he standing in the corner all sad and alone? After what seemed like a minute of Gumball standing somberly in the corner, the scene suddenly changed. We were in Gumball's house. Once again, the scene is silent and a little disquieting. Richard, Gumball's enormous rabbit father. No signs of it being tampered. I wouldn't put tampered label or bootleg. Actually, I would say bootleg, because you know what it is? Well, no, because it aired live. Never mind. Don't put that. Enormous rabbit father. That's really funny. Richard, Gumball's enormous rabbit father, walks in from the kitchen. He looked even more miserable than Gumball had in the previous scene. Richard isn't wearing his usual attire. He's dressed in a fancy black suit. A little I can't do this. He looked even more miserable than Gumball had in the previous scene. Richard isn't wearing his usual attire. He's dressed in a fancy black suit. A little uncharacteristic of him, as he's usually a slob. He sighs and slumps down onto the sofa and starts sobbing intensely, sounding like someone who had just lost something important. I was starting to get a little creeped out. Where was the silly, fun cartoon that I usually looked forward to watching with my younger brother? I thought he said he hated it. Continuity error! He said he hated the show. And now he says he likes doing it. This was something completely different. I was beginning to think that this might have been something the creators did as an experiment or something. A test of the animation or sound, perhaps. Though it couldn't have been. Aside from the opening theme, which was still different from the final shows, the episode had been much quieter than it usually was. Only subtle sounds and very little music. And the animation was not anything to write home about either. It was done a bit like an amateur Flash on Newgrounds. The character designs were somewhat sloppy and rushed looking, and the real-life backgrounds used for the show looked different. You can put bootleg in the sense that it's not, it's fucking, it's wrong. You can put that. As confused and somewhat frightened as I was, for some reason I kept watching it. Author continues! Poor Richard was still sobbing on the sofa as the front door opened suddenly, making me jump a bit at such a loud noise. And Gumball's mother, Nicole, a blue cat like him, stepped in. Like Richard, she wasn't wearing her usual outfit. For some reason, she was in a black dress and was wearing a pretty black hat to match. Nicole sat down on the couch to comfort her husband, although she was looking a bit saddened herself. By this point, Richard's crying had begun to get more pained and miserable sounding. This wasn't the normal cartoon crying on the show. This was realistic and almost depressing crying. I almost felt like sobbing myself. Finally, after what seemed like hours, the sad scene at their home ended. As it shifted back to the school, we weren't in Gumball's classroom this time. We were in Principal Brown's office. Nicole and Richard were there in their usual clothes, looking more normal and happy than they had before, but still slightly worried. Principal Brown, however, looked extremely sad. He quietly and somberly informed them that their children, Anais and Darwin, were not present after lunch earlier that day. They hadn't been seen at all the rest of the day. Nicole was instantly furious at him. She began spouting various insults and calls at him that I don't think would have made it on a more mature program like the regular show. I was laughing at this, because it seemed sort of funny for Nicole to flip out in this manner and start swearing like a sailor in a G-rated cartoon. But my outlook soon changed when Principal Brown told her something else after she finally had quieted down. His eyes began to tear up as he informed them that they eventually were found, but they had not been found alive. He then went into graphic and nearly nauseating detail, describing how their bodies were found, their parents sitting in utter shock. I could hardly believe what was happening. How could such a cheery and fun kids show be taking such a dark and twisted turn? I was considering turning the television off, but I was too scared to be left in the dark by now, nearly frozen by fear and disturbed intensely at the terrible things that he was saying. Hyper-realistic? No. Not unless it says... Just because they went into detail doesn't mean that something is hyper-realistic. Visually hyper-realistic is what we're talking about. However, we'll see that eventually, so don't mark it yet, but... soon enough. Another flashback. The scene was earlier that day, and the animation in this scene was even worse than earlier. I don't remember it very clearly, but I think he began his recollection by saying that the school had called the police department when they first turned up missing, believing that the kids had simply ran off and decided to skip school. They said that it was very uncharacteristic of both Darwin and Anais to go skipping school like delinquents. Darwin was a little naive and a bit ditzy, but he was a good kid and wouldn't have even dreamed of doing something like that. And Anais was even less likely to run away. She was a straight A student despite being only 4, which also troubled the police, seeing as a defenseless 4-year-old little girl was missing as well as an older boy. The school had been thoroughly checked, so the police started to search the heavily wooded area outside of the school. It took little time for the police to discover the horrifying fate of Anais. In a small clearing outside of the school, Anais's head was found in a small box. You likely would have expected something like that to be shown in the show's cutesy art style, but it was nothing like that at all. Realistic blood covered the box inside and out, while Anais's head was done in the normal style, but was drenched in blood and some other fluids. Not all of them hers, apparently. There was a note in the box, seemingly written in her blood. It was never stated during the episode what exactly was written on the note, but it apparently led to the rest of her remains and Darwin's heavily mutilated corpse. You can mark... Did we already put down excessive gore? If you haven't put that down, mark it down. But... hyper-realistic. Hyper-realistic. Go ahead and mark that. What I remember most about this scene was how out of place it seemed. All the blood and gore from Darwin and Anais's slaughtered and dismembered remains was done in a very realistic and disturbing way. It looked like the scene had been taken from a crime scene photograph done by a It looked like the scene had been taken from a crime scene photograph done by a professional, not something from a cartoon. The way this scene was animated was different from most of the show as well. You may know that the characters from this series are done in vastly differing animation styles, from flash animation to CG, and I think that there's even a character done by someone putting their chin upside down to make a face. Soul owner doesn't count. No. Soul owner means like, I was given this one-of-a-kind copy of this one thing, and I'm the only one who ever has it, and I just burned it, or whatever. This particular scene wasn't like anything I had ever seen on the show before. Every little detail on Darwin's face was clearly illustrated. He looked like a little zombie. His face was very pale and his eyes had been gouged out by someone. Anais fared no better. Or what was left of her anyway. She was naked and her stomach had been slit open. Her intestines were strewn around the streets and bushes in the woods, done once again in a very morbid and realistic style. Empty eyes. I guess so. I was feeling very ill by the time this incredibly disturbing flashback had come to an end, so I quickly ran to the bathroom to vomit. I was feeling better after upchucking, so I had realized that I had good timing. And had ran to the bathroom during a commercial. It was then I noticed that the show had been running twice as long. It usually ran for 11 minutes, but this episode was running on for about 30. By then I was wondering if there was any information on the grieving on IMDb or something. So while the commercials were still playing, I looked up some information about this episode on Google. Nothing came up. No information remotely similar to the plot or name of this episode existed anywhere. Doesn't know how to count. Now incredibly scared and wondering if anyone else was watching, I quickly dialed my brother Larry and asked him to turn on Cartoon Network and see if he was seeing the same shit that I was. He was pretty mad that I woke him up at this hour, but he's a nice guy and told me he would see for me. I thanked him and stayed on the line as the show came back from commercial break. The scene had thankfully panned away from the horrific sight of the children mutilated and was back to the principal's office. I asked Larry if he saw some cartoon animals talking or crying, since that was what they were doing on my TV. To my surprise, he said that he saw nothing like that. Instead, it was a rerun of an old Looney Tunes short. In utter shock, I dropped the phone and ran over to the TV to turn it off. As hard as I pressed the buttons, it would not shut off at all. I tried every single button and none of them did a thing. I tried unplugging the whole thing as well, but nothing worked. The TV stayed on no matter what. Won't turn off. Don't say technically impossible, just put won't turn off. Unfortunate. Sorry, guys. Do I not have it? Really? Oh, I forgot to put hyper realistic. What's wrong with me? Someone came in and said, hi, bye. So true! Alright, where were we? Larry had hung up, assuming that I was playing a joke or something. I guess, and I was alone once again. My door was locked from the outside somehow, and the door to my bathroom was now locked as well. It seemed that I had no choice but to call the police. Since my other family members were gone that night, it was the reason I could stay up so late to watch Adult Swim in the first place. When I hurriedly dialed the number, I accidentally dropped my cell phone into my cup of Pepsi. I was very scared and had no choice but to finish the episode. I turned on all the lights in my room and got under the covers, hiding like my little brother does when I make him watch scary movies with me. How do I even describe that? My conveniently placed cup of Pepsi. Oops! Looks like I dropped my phone in there. What the shit? What do you mean? Oh my god. Don't leave your phone in your Pepsi. I think that's pretty easy to do. I don't know about you guys. I had apparently missed a little bit, but Gumball's parents were still talking to Principal Brown, so not that much. Nicole was asking him if Gumball was alright. Apparently, since she hadn't remembered him when Principal Brown told her what had happened to Darwin and Anais. He looked slightly confused and shocked for a moment, and explained to her that he thought Gumball was out sick today. He had spent the day at home by himself with the stomach bug. Nicole screamed and wailed, while Richard quietly told him, in a very out-of-character voice, that they thought Gumball had got on the bus this morning, but it didn't seem that way. Pepsi-flavored phone. The police were called once again to search the building and the small forest outside of Elmore Junior High. They had found him in Miss Simeon's classroom, hanging by a noose, with a blood-covered knife behind him, and blood covering his clothes. Seppuku. The episode ended with the shot of Gumball's dead body hanging there in the corner, fading to black. The credits rolled silently, not like the usual way Cartoon Network annoyingly airs a promo that squishes half the screen. These credits rolled unusually slow, and they weren't that fun to watch either. A little creepy, just plain white text scrolling on a black background. I only recognized Ben Bocole's name. I never knew how to pronounce his name. Can I, look that up real quick? Sorry. Bocole. Ben Bocole. See, I wasn't that far off. I only recognized Ben Bocole's name. I only recognized Ben Bocole's name, as he was the creator of the show. The rest were people I'd never heard of. The copyright notice at the end said Cartoon Network Studios 2001, which was incredibly odd, seeing as the show was new for 2011. After all that was over, the screen went to static for a split second, during which some incredibly creepy and shocking video clips were shown between static intervals. I can still remember them all very clearly. The first was a picture of a person in a plague doctor outfit. Those always scared me for some reason, and the way the person in the suit was filmed was just as bad. A red light, something that freaks me out incredibly, was shown over the clip. The next was what seemed like a video being played very, very quickly, over and over of a kitten's face being squished by a woman wearing high heels, which was strange because a so-called friend of mine sent me a picture of a cat being stepped on and killed, similar to the kitten in the video. What's wrong with your friend? What's wrong with your friend? What? That's not what friends do. You can put edgy. Put edgy. Do that real quick for me. As well as overly specific. I hope he goes insane at the end. I know that's your one blank space. The last one was the one that disturbed me the most and made me want to both cry and vomit my guts out. It was my little brother, or at least a small child who looked very similar to him, being shot in the face by a person who looked like my father. You could clearly see the child's brains and blood splatter on the wall. I began to sob uncontrollably after that traumatizing clip, so much so that I passed out. When I woke up, my door was unlocked, and my television was turned off. I went to call the police on the home phone in my kitchen and report what I had seen, and report that I had seen some very disturbing things on TV, and that my doors had been locked. When they arrived, they could find nothing like what I remembered from early this morning. My internet history was even cleared. They were angry at me, and just assumed that I had had a bad nightmare, when I was sure I hadn't. Thankfully, one of the officers felt bad for me and took me to a small diner so I could recollect my thoughts. You can recognize your brother when his head is disintegrated. Okay, buddy. That's true. He could see the face before he was killed. But how would you recognize the father if it's, you know, back turned? I don't know. Maybe I'm framing it wrong in my mind. I think it's just stupid all around. Also, why is this police officer taking this random kid to a diner? Where are his parents? Did his parents sign off on this? Adults are useless. Put adults are useless. Wow. They're out on a trip. Well, you know what? Adults are useless. Go ahead and put that. Just because I said so. Because we still don't have a bingo, that's why. They said earlier that family members were gone. Did it say something akin to "you're next"? No, it did not, Teth. Okay, don't mark adults are useless. Unmark it. Blame noob. Just kidding, don't blame noob. At the diner, I remembered that my family was out visiting my aunt, and that they were supposed to be back by noon or so. It was already 11, so the officer and I drove back only to find a whole squad of police cars and even some government agents at my house. They explained to me that my little brother was missing, and that my mother and father were major suspects. It was freaking out, and trying to tell them about the disturbing clip of the boy who looked like my brother being shot in the head, but they wouldn't listen. I stayed with my older brother Larry, who wouldn't believe me either, still insisting that all he saw was an old Looney Tunes cartoon, nothing at all creepy or weird. The cops eventually told me that they would contact Turner Broadcasting and tell them about the incident. I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would. Here, there's an ad break about to play for some. I know we already got continuity, but didn't it say that Larry was a friend and not his older brother? Right! I was also gonna mention that. Like, I was gonna say, oh, I thought he was like his brother or something. Or, I mean, I thought it said it was his friend. Oh, it's so weird. We already put continuity error, which is unfortunate. I wish there were something that I could put down for just stupid. But I can't do that because then every single creepypasta would get it. But this is especially stupid. Anyway, I'm hoping that the ad is over in about like 10 seconds. I'd imagine a 4-year-old I'd imagine 4-year-old dismemberment is a touchy subject. I guess you're right. Yes, I would say so. I half thought that the government was there to wipe his memory. I would believe it with the route this creepypasta takes. Alright, let's keep going. Go ahead and mark touchy subjects. A representative of Turner Broadcasting came to my cousin's house to talk to me in private about what I had seen and experienced that night. He was very kind, but it all seemed a little like some sort of front. After I could tell him all I remembered, he agreed to play back that day's programming from when the incident with the disturbing Gumball episode had occurred. To my shock, all that was airing at that time was an old Looney Tunes short, nothing more, nothing less. I hysterically sobbed and moaned that what I had experienced was completely real. But no one listened. Eventually, I discovered that Ben Bokale had a Twitter account, so I sent a message about the episode, and this was the reply I got. Yeah, just a random kid sending a Twitter message to Ben Bokale. Sure. Alright, hold on. One thing, how in the heck did you find that? I never, ever, ever thought I would think about that old shame again. Don't tell anyone this, Sarah. Yes, that's my name. But the amazing world of Gumball goes back further than you know. I used to have a really boring job as a teen, and I sketched little drawings of the Wattersons and friends. The episode you saw was never supposed to be seen by anyone but me and a few friends of mine. It was a very, very awful thing to do, but we made the episode as a joke. A guy from my old job who everyone hated had lost a child to a crazed serial killer who was apparently still out there somewhere. Anyway, we made it so we could make fun of how he came into work usually crying like a fool, which is why you saw Mr. and Mrs. Watterson cry so much in that episode. I know, I'm deeply sorry for what I did, which is why I tried to bury that stupid thing years ago. Literally, I went out to the countryside with my mates and dug a hole and buried it. Ben knows the author's name. Yep, sounds about right. Don't mark it, though. What I don't get, though, is how you describe the blood and guts and stuff. We didn't have any scene with Darwin and Anais's bodies being found. All that happens in the episode is the parents are informed of the kids being found dead and them crying like crazy. We didn't even draw anything in the episode like that at all. We're not that sick. Now, this is my theory. The lunatic who killed the man's child found the tape we buried, watched it, and heavily edited it. Then, he hijacked the local TV station near... I blocked out the name of this city. I'm paranoid enough, and it's a small town. Somehow, and got the episode to air on your local Cartoon Network station. Now, why your brother couldn't see it, I have no idea. Why it seems you're the only one who saw it. I have no idea either. Sorry, but I just don't know. Now, for the explanation you've been waiting for, the clips at the end. I don't know! I don't! I'm deeply sorry from the bottom of my heart, but I don't know why those clips were aired. I just don't. I'm sorry, I really am, but me and my mates are just the ones who made those scenes with Richard and Nicole crying. That's it. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'm so deeply sorry. Best wishes, Ben Bokale and everyone involved with the grieving. He didn't say that. Oh my god, I'm so glad it ends there. Abrupt ending, if you didn't mark that down already. Wow, that one was painful. That one was especially painful. Something about it is just so bad, I can't put it into words. I think it was written by a child. There's no other way it's that bad. I mean, most creepypastas are written by childs, are they not? Children, are they not? Glad that's over. It's time to spin the wheel! What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Thomas and the children. I doubt anyone knows what this is. I will say that outright right now. Let me go find it. This one's a short one, so maybe we can get a bingo in the time this one goes on. Let me put on some different music. Oops. There goes. Alright, here we go. Thomas and the Children. Ever hear of Thomas the Tank Engine? If you have been around little kids between the ages of 2 and around 7 or so, I'm sure you have. Holy shit, this is so loud. Here we go. My son adored Thomas so much that he could name every single train, knew what color they were and the number they had painted on them. I think you should get your kid tested for autism. I think that's the best course of action. Thomas 445. No, don't say that. Did we have franchise character? Yeah, we did, right? That came free with the Amazing World of Gumball. I was glad when I heard that he was coming to visit me over the summer, but I had a ton of work to do, so I bought him a Thomas DVD. The cover looked innocent enough. Thomas was smiling, and little wooden children were waving their arms out of the windows in his coaches. The DVD was called Thomas and the Children. He was so excited to see the DVD that right off the bat he pleaded with me to pop it into the DVD player. I went to work while he watched it. After a few hours, he came into my office looking as pale as a sheet. "Daddy," his voice seemed weak. "Are you okay?" I said. Resale bootleg? Yeah! Go ahead and mark it! We already... No, not resale. Wait. No, it just said he bought him a Thomas DVD. It doesn't say where from. There's no telling if it's resale or not, so leave that out, but we already have bootleg, so unfortunately we have to move on. I'm tempted to say adults are useless. I'm very tempted. Wow, the music is so fucking loud! What's wrong with you? Okay. "Are you okay?" I said. I touched his head and noticed that his temperature had gone up.
Why did Thomas kill the children?
My heart sank like a stone, but I soon brushed it off. I'm sure Thomas didn't kill the children, I reassured him. Now you need your rest and some medicine. I gently pushed him towards his room. Come on now. After putting him to bed, I got curious as to what he'd seen. I popped in the DVD and began to watch the episode play. There was no main menu like most DVDs, just went straight to the episode. It seemed normal enough. Thomas was told to take a group of children to the seaside by the instructions of Sir Topham Hatt. I had noticed something odd though. Wow, fuck, I can't stop hiccuping! I noticed something odd though. There was no narrator in this episode. The episode then showed Thomas picking up the little wooden children and showed every single one of them climb on board. Then there was a scene with him zooming down the rails like he always did. Holy shit, this music is so loud! This is the third time I've had to turn it down. This is insane. There's no way he said, "You're crazy, he didn't kill the children, he didn't kill anything, what the fuck are you talking about?" Yeah, put down adults are useless. This is kinda unbelievable. Alright, anyway. The episode then showed Thomas picking up the little wooden children. and showed every single one of them climb on board. Then there was a scene with him zooming down the rails like he always did, and the children were cheering. But then there was trouble, as they say in the show. Birdie the bus was stuck on the railway tracks. This is when the episode got strange. Birdie stared at Thomas in fear, but the little blue wooden train just smiled and sped up. What was even more disheartening is that he started laughing. The children were crying and little tears could be seen painted on their faces. Thomas crashed into Birdie, causing pieces of both of them to go flying everywhere. Usually by now the narrator would say, "And luckily, no one was hurt." But there was no reassurance for kids. The episode then showed the carnage on the inside of the coaches. Wooden limbs were broken off. What looked like actual blood had been splattered everywhere. Heads had been ripped off from the bodies of the wooden dolls. And worse yet, the children still had tears upon their faces. Everything went to static. After that, I felt myself boiling over with anger. What sicko would create something that messed up for little kids? Then I paused the static. Messages started to appear on the screen. Disturbing messages like kill, obey, multiply, and die. I watched the static for over an hour and noticed at least 30 different messages. Bingo? Sans has bingo. Where's your bingo? Oh, I see it. Check that out. Edgy. Author continues despite goings-on. Franchise character. Melodramatic protagonist. And hyper-realistic. There it is. Man, and I thought we were never gonna get a bingo. Alright, Sans, you win the coveted VIP role that you already have. Congrats. Anyway. Here, you know what? Let's keep going to the end of the creepypasta, then I'll refresh it. I watched the static for over an hour and noticed at least 30 different messages. I threw the accursed thing in the trash after breaking it in half. I would not expose my child to any more of that trash. Before going to bed myself, I checked him. He was happily sleeping and snoring, clutching his teddy. Mark plushie! If you have it. I had nightmares from this. One where the children came into my room, but they were lifelike and as tall as a normal person. Their twisted forms grabbed my limbs and pulled me apart, while I heard that blasted train laughing. Now I have woken up, covered in blood, knife in hand, and I'm afraid to check my son's room. Wow, that's stupid. Bingo? Let's see. Wait a minute. Yep, sure enough. Hyper-realistic, plushy, edgy, author continues despite goings-on, and hampered label / bootleg. Awesome! If you're in the Discord, I will more than gladly give you the VIP role. Whenever you're ready, just let me know. However, now it is time to... Oops. It's time to clear and scramble all of your cards. Join right now, perfect. Just make sure to write an introduction and you'll be all fine. Alright guys, last creepypasta of the night. Are we ready? Ready to spin the wheel! Woo! Oh shit. Oh wait, oh no, this one's fine. I remembered. This one's actually fine. You wanna know why? Here, let's take a look. Go ahead and mark your free space. Everybody mark your free space. And just right off the bat, you can go ahead and mark down... Where is it? Terribly written. This is what I was talking about earlier, just for everyone unaware. Also got application name. It's true! Go ahead and put down file extension. We haven't even started and we have two spaces marked off. Are we ready? Hey, my name is Christopher Williams. I am big fan of Rouge the Bat, and I about to made Rouge call her. Dark Rouge EXE I made by Gmod. I find a preset picture to create. I got scare of her right now in way she eat people. In shock, people blood out. She was white in Gary. Old picture in her sister is White Rouge. Holy shit. She a powerful lady, she hurt people, I killed her, her line is, I am Dark Rouge, and I go take your heart out, and White One, I am Rouge, I will suck your soul out, she found. Knuckles and Knuckles turn head and she got a creepy smile, her face and her sister too. Big fan author, yep. Author's a huge fan. What the fuck do I even mark? What do I mark down for this one? Character come to life? Sure. Go for it. Franchise character. Then about our powerful of pure darkness, and I think I made her in Gmod in my computer. Start bring picture of Rouge EXE is Smy Rose head got cut off by Dark Rouge. And 2 is Amy Rose was walking with Sally Akron, and they saw Dark Rouge and White Rouge, and they start walking to them. Amy and Sally run, and screaming loud, they stop. Running, they saw Sonic EXE, and I said, Sonic, what he doing there? And he said to them, you're too slow, and you cannot escape from them in Dark Rouge and White Rouge. Attacking them and eat them. 2 in Sonic laughing, I said, go by Amy and Sally start. Can I add Wax Poetic? No! Allusions to other pastas, it does say Sonic.exe. Excessive gore? Attacking them and eat them. 2 in Sonic laughing, I said, go by Amy and Sally start. Laughing again, so me I got so serious. How they kill Amy and Sally that are good people. I said, why? I start crying. I tore off my computer. I see dark and white outside my windows. And then he start a creepy smiley and bleed teeth and bloody pick the black eye. 1 Dark Rouge eye is pitch black in red. They bout disappear. The character comes to life. Empty eyes. Sure. I said, why, woo, I start crying. I tore off my computer. I see a dark and white outside my windows, and then he start a creepy smiley and bleed teeth and bloody black eye. One dark rouge eye is pitch black. In red, they bout disappearing, and I don't believe it. I never start making horror stuff. No more I start dreaming about themy. Dream is dark black, and I was there with Sonic and two sister, and they said, "We are God now, and we are going to eat you." And creepy Ben drowned behind me. I said, "Ben, what are you here? What are you doing here?" They all eat me. I walk up. I saw a dark rouge in my bed. Never she, her, and her sister again. I am God. I've never heard a better creepypasta in my life. I think that's the best one we've had so far. Credited to Hammer Big 8. Can I look at some of the other stuff this guy's done? Holy shit, it's White Rouge! It's White Rouge! Oh my god! Contributions. I hope you guys still mad at me, or I never go this website again. This why am very sorry for very thing I done. Oh my god, this poor kid. This post is locked. Can you guy tell your friends join me and add me too? File Yandere Psycho is Amy Rose. Wow. Oh, this is boring. They made it readable. What's the point? Genius silenced by the woke mafia. English is my favorite movie. I love English. It's so bad. It's so good. I'm giving you, Noob, the roles as we speak, by the way, since we have time. And an ad is about to play, too. I just know this was made by an 8-year-old. Go a little lower. A little lower. You're almost there. Just subtract a few 100 years. Negative age. Oh, oops, I think I gave you the wrong roll. There we go. Fixed it. There you are. Alright. I will do one last creepypasta. That's all you get. If I do any more, then I feel like we'll never get to the end of it. 'Cause what if we get a really long one? Never fucking mind. Well, instant death disease. Alright, everyone. It's time. Let me go find it one last music track to play. How's this one? How's this one sound? Scrolling through the Kevin MacLeod horror audio library to find something good. Sure. Alright, this one is a bit long. I think I have read it before, so I won't be completely blind to this monstrosity. But didn't you read this last time? Did I? I swear I didn't. We did this on stream? Oh my god, you're right. I thought I did that elsewhere. Well, I guess we're not reading Instant Death Disease. Time to spin the wheel again. Last time for sure this time. Alright, closing off with a good one. Not really. It was on stream. God damn. I swear I did that like in a private call. Not on a stream. Just in a Discord call. I swear I read that there. 'Cause Astra was there. Astra doesn't join me on these streams. Blah. Alright, well, let me go pull this up. Jane the Killer, there you are. Crossing my fingers hoping it's Minecraft Satan Edition. We just rolled it. It's Jane the Killer. Alright. Last one. This is a short one. Whoever gets to bingo first wins. Better hurry up. Hurry up and get a bingo. On a hot summer night, around 4:33 in the morning, overly specific, already, as Jeff the Killer took another victim, this time a young wife, and also leaving her husband with a massive skull fracture as a result of blunt force trauma. The only one to survive was the couple's 4-month-old baby that police have discovered crying in its crib. Alongside the child, police have found a letter which was written on the back of a paper grocery bag in a black Sharpie marker, and a Motorola droid faintly illuminated under the baby's blanket. The babysitter, who was locked in the closet during the time, claimed she smelled the lingering odor of woman's cheap perfume and found body glitter on the baby's crib. But who was it from? Police were able to decipher the writing on the grocery bag, and here's what it said. Jeff. What fucking voice do I do for Jane the Killer? Jeff, if you are reading this. If you are reading this, no matter how many innocent victims you claim or how much innocent blood you shed, I'm still coming for you in the end. All of the men and women you so viciously slaughtered and disemboweled, I beat you to it. I killed them not because I hate them. I imagined those victims were you as I took their lives. It was the mere vision of you that made me kill them. I never did like you, you greasy-headed, grinning, smug, ignorant son of a bitch. My black eyes may look like I'm void of vision, but I'm not stupid. Mark Edgy? Just remember, the night that you creep into a poor girl's bedroom, you're gonna fall head over heels down the fucking stairs with your guts caught on the broken glass of the window that I smashed you into. Tonight, when I reach you, evil will battle evil. Winner kills all. And the only one who will not get out alive is you. And you're next, that's what it is. I got a bingo. I'm coming. Whoa, what? Wasn't it always first to bingo wins? Well, not for this last one. It's just everyone get a bingo. Signed, Jane the Killer. On the droid phone, one of the officers found text in all caps in red with Jane's picture below is her face, which she captured on her phone. Wow. So cool and not self-inserty at all. Was that it? Yeah, that's it. That's the entire creepypasta. You know what? I'm gonna roll again. Hi, I am having trouble posting, so here's my story. You know what? This is a perfect length, I think. Sorry, I forgot the music. I'm glad it wasn't a long one. I don't know what I would have done. Alright, one last song. Just keep going. Even though I have a bingo, just keep going. And whoever gets a bingo gets, like, bonus points. I don't know. Oh, this is gonna be good. When me and my friend was playing on a gaming site called Roblox, we came across something unusual. There was this anonymous person, so me and my friend searched through the whole map, but we couldn't find the player, even though there were other players on there talking. We found this weird, so we thought it was a glitch, until the glitch started talking to us. I thought it was a glitch. Must have been a glitch. Because it was an obstacle course, the person started saying that the game we are playing now is real life. I have the exact words.
Who wants to play a game?
I said that we were already playing a game. I really didn't know anything about this person. Nobody really did, so I asked him what the game was, slightly curious about what he had to say.
Anybody who dies in this obby in the game dies in real life.
We thought it was some internet troll trying to scare the shit out of us. So one of the players told him to leave the server or he would report him. I really didn't know what happened, but right after that he disconnected, which in a way was weird because he didn't want to leave. The player asked him to go away, but for some weird reason he disconnects. Anybody else wants to complain? We didn't know what to do. I alt-tabbed out of the server and I called the police on my phone. But my phone wasn't working properly. It was in a static kind of thing. I didn't even know phones did that. I went back into the game and I told everyone that we should leave the server. So one by one we left until there was 5 of us. I slightly scared because I didn't know what would happen if I didn't play the obby, and it was probably someone trying to scare us. So me and the rest of the 4 players decided that we should play the obby and see for ourselves what would happen if we did. I went first, then my friend, then the other 3 people. I thought it was, wait, no, it is 5. Oops. Usually when players die in an obby, we would make that ooh sound. But when one of the players died, I heard a scream in my headphones. An actual scream! I didn't know what to do. I thought, what if this was all... what if all this that was happening was real? I kept going and hoping that game didn't glitch. Whoever was doing this was some kind of murderer on the internet. As I kept going, the rest of us were scared. I could tell. Until my friend died, I heard his scream in my headphones. It sounded just like him. I was crying. I didn't want this to be real, but there was nothing I can do. I kept going. I couldn't move properly because my hands were shaking. There were only the two of us left. The rest of the players in the game are dead. When they disconnect, they are dead. I didn't want this. There were only 10 more levels still, and I haven't died yet. The other player was still with me. I told him that if he died, don't die screaming. When there was 5 more levels left, I told him we were nearly there, until he landed on something. It was one of those landmine things. If you stand on one, you cannot get off. There was nothing we could do about this. He told me goodbye and jumped off. I heard his piercing scream. Then there was one. I asked him why he was doing this. He didn't answer, so this is what I said. What would happen if I leave? You will die, Harrison. No is the name. And also, fourth wall break. Oh, fucking, there was one more, I swear. What would happen if I win? You'll die anyway. So I did something I regretted. I left the server. Everything was dark. My computer shut down everything. I heard whispering behind me. I turned around and there was nothing there. I go to sleep with nightmares of this dark, shadowy figure. I don't know how I am still alive, but there's one thing I know. He's coming for me. Oh my god. Demonic, satanic. Sure. Shady website. Well, how did you guys fare? Anyone else get a bingo? Damn, no, I guess not. Well, that's it for the creepypasta wheel. I do have one more thing in store for you all, and it is the proper creepypasta that I said I would do. I will be reading a genuine creepypasta, one that is not shit. One that I think is actually pretty good. And I'm turning off all the sounds. Actually, I'll have a little bit of rain in the background, but hardly anything. Because I feel like if there was nothing, it would be really boring. I think Lazy, I will give you the VIP role anyway, because, you know, it's fitting. Alright, let's get to reading. Let me pull my mic over here. This is just my default background. This is what you get when there's nothing else good. Because it's not a franchise, it's not nothing. This is called You'll Never Even Know. Surveillance is a growing fact of life these days, but I now believe we've expanded the scope of human sight to dangerous levels. I'm not a master hacker by any means, but I was definitely able to Google a script to break into my neighbor's new smart home system. Believe me when I say that ignorance is bliss, and that you can never go back once you know the truth. I'm not some creep. The idea first started as a random thought when I heard my 50-something neighbor bragging to someone else on his porch about his new smart home system. He claimed the security system and all the devices in his house were wired to the same voice command box, and he sounded rather proud of it. He claimed it was perfect security. Of course, after overhearing a claim like that floating in through my open window, I made a single search and found a dozen hits for scripts that would break into the brand he'd described. I laughed to myself, and then left it at that. But temptation has a funny way of lurking in the back of your mind. Every few days, the thought would randomly pop into my head. I had the power. Why not take a peek? It would be good for a laugh, if nothing else. It's not like he would have installed cameras in his bathrooms or anything. Nah. No. Maybe. No, I shouldn't. But then, spring break arrived, and while sitting at my computer, I happened to glance out the window and see the neighbor's daughter coming home from college. The temptation to use the script had already been percolating in me for weeks. The veins in my extremities constricted painfully as I realized I was actually going to do it. During my brief glimpse down into their yard, I'd seen what looked like a startlingly attractive girl, and I couldn't connect that image to the weird girl next door I'd last seen in high school. It wasn't a creeper thing. I just wanted a better look to understand what I'd seen. I told myself I'd take one quick look and then be done with it. While loading up the script, I promised myself I'd delete it right after. Yeah, that was the right thing to do. No harm done. And if I got caught somehow, I could just claim it was a one-time accident. That sounded reasonable. A black window scrolled text down my screen rapidly for 6 seconds. And then I was in. Nerves thrilling. I watched breathlessly through a security cam feed in the living room as the girl came in, greeted her brother and father, and then headed upstairs. It was definitely the same girl I remembered, and she definitely got absurdly pretty in the last year somehow. After settling into certainty, I closed the feed, deleted the script, and then spent a paranoid hour clearing my computer of any evidence of what I'd done. For maybe a week, I sat at home terrified that the police would break down my door and tase me at any moment. But that's the funny thing about temptation. When no consequences follow, the urge to look begins eating away at me again. I had a few drinks one lonely night and then went for it because I could change my mind. The son was watching television in the living room. I couldn't see what he was watching from the angle of the camera in the living room, but he seemed zoned out. My neighbor himself was sitting in the kitchen working on his laptop. Again, I couldn't see what he was doing from my angle, but he was certainly down in coffee as he worked. My pulse quickened as a hallway feed caught the daughter going from her room to the bathroom in just a towel to take a shower. Okay, borderline creepish, I told myself. But it's not like I could see in the bathrooms or the bedrooms, right? Just to confirm that I couldn't, I tried the various devices around the house that the neighbor had connected to his system. Most were named with random numbers and letters, but I did find that household devices had many more sensors than we gave them credit for. A microwave in the kitchen had some sort of crude light sensor, and the system sent me its data as an incredibly blurry video feed. A big blob of darkness moved in place in front of a bright rectangle of light, and I realized I was looking at my neighbor on his laptop from a different angle. In fact, many devices in the house had crude light sensors or audio pickups, and I could hear the shower running upstairs on one while listening to the sun's show on another. This was all proceeding as one might expect, and I might have gone down a very dark path if I hadn't stumbled upon the unthinkable. One of the devices, with a very long and random name, showed me a blurry feed somewhere unrecognizable. I switched back and forth, comparing the patterns of light from the cameras, but this device seemed to be looking out on somewhere altogether different. Was it the basement? It was darker than the others, but not too dark to obscure strange gray blurs moving on black. I kept switching until I found a security camera near a basement window. It was the only one down there, but it showed enough that I could compare blurs. It was less that the objects were moving and more that the fuzzy sensor made the objects appear to move simply because it was so bad. But I pinpointed a poster, a chair, and a mirror before coming to an impasse with the final blur. This one I could only see on the sensor. There was nothing on the video feed. Peering closer and closer, I tried to make sense of the blob of gray and white pixels as it moved around the basement. There, and there, unrecognizable landmarks among the junk, but no sign of it on the high-res camera. What was I seeing? Was the sensor just defective? What device was it even part of? I managed to narrow it down to a forgotten digital clock that must have been running on batteries, but nothing about this made sense. I looked up a script to sharpen video data, and I let everything run all night. In the morning, I pulled myself up, got a coffee, sat down at my computer, and then froze. Repeatedly, I played the confusing horror the script had produced. A blur of gray and shadows had become coherent, but not in any natural way. Instead, it appeared that I was looking at an androgynous gray humanoid form with a pillowcase over her head. Since this was just a graphical best guess, her glitchy movement brought out severe unease and disgust in me as I watched her jerkily walk around the basement. She appeared to be able to navigate despite the pillowcase covering her face, and she even made it up a few steps toward the basement before her random movements took her back down. What the fuck was I looking at? For 2 days, I watched that thing stumble around my neighbor's basement before she finally went all the way up the stairs. It was 4 in the morning, and all 3 of them were asleep. This time, she seemed to move with purpose. She was still not visible on any high-resolution camera, but I tracked her from sensor to sensor by her twitching blur. After so long watching her unfocused form, I was beginning to get a sense of where her legs and arms were by the movement and patterns of the gray. Each limb moved as if on different conflicting joints. When she walked, it was as if her ankles, knees, and thighs each wanted to go opposite directions, and the conflict was only resolved by odd rotations and strange body angles. Gripped by terror, I watched her slowly ratchet her way through the kitchen and toward the second set of stairs. There was no doubt in my mind that she was headed for the bedrooms. My knuckles went white as I gripped the edge of my table. Finally, as she clambered up and out of sight of the sensors, I panicked. She still wasn't visible on the hallway camera, but I knew I had to do something. But what? If I called the house, they would have my phone number, and they would start asking questions as to why I'd called at 4 in the morning. There was no way I could pretend it was random. The only reason I even had my neighbor's cell phone number was that I'd heard him say it out loud the week before on one of my feeds. What could I do? Desperate to act, or at least see what was happening, I left my computer and crept to a window in another room. From here I could see into my neighbor's daughter's window. My entire body ran with prickly terror as I spied a strange gray anti-glow in her room. The sharpening script had not been wrong. It had merely been inadequate. My eyes still interpreted the inexplicable entity as an androgynous humanoid with a pillowcase over its head. But it moved through the space of the girl's room like a depressed carving etched into reality itself. I could feel why it didn't show up on the cameras. It was something otherworldly. Something not entirely there. Or something visible only as an artifact of organic human perception. This was a creature outside the realm of human knowledge and observation, and I guessed that it was making its move now only because it believed itself to be unseen. It jerked and twitched forward to lean over the neighbor's daughter as she slept. Quickly and quietly, I slid open my window, removed the screen, and threw a quarter at the glass panes opposite. I ducked down immediately after and clutched the floor in abject terror. The rap noise had been excruciatingly loud. Had the entity snapped its pillowcase-covered head toward the sound? Had it seen me? I had no way of knowing. Or did I? Crawling back to my room, I checked the feeds. Apparently, completely unperturbed by my noise, the entity had begun ratcheting her way back down the stairs. It was not fleeing to the basement. I watched it as it approached the small table by the front door and began going through the mail stacked there. It carefully picked out one envelope and crumpled it into oblivion in a blurry gray hand. Then it moved to the kitchen, where it touched the keyboard on my neighbor's laptop repeatedly for nearly a minute. What is it doing? It returned to the basement to move in lurking circles, and I sat and stared at it half awake until a shout from both my computer and my open window jolted me to full awareness. It had been my neighbor in his kitchen. He'd yelled loud enough for me to hear it for real. Stalking back and forth while talking on the phone, he was insisting he hadn't sent any compromising emails. He'd been fired from his job. In the front hall, his son was busy looking through the pile of mail. He asked his sister and father repeatedly if any college acceptance letters had come in, but his father was too busy arguing on the phone, and his sister hadn't seen any. But I had. What type of entity were we dealing with? It hadn't physically harmed anyone, but it was still lurking in their home every hour of every day, and it had made invisible moves against them by sabotaging my neighbor's job and his son's college career. At long last, my neighbor seemed to convince the other end that his account hadn't been hacked. That his account had been hacked, but he was somber and concerned about how it would reflect on him at work. The son continued on with his day, oblivious to the fact that his acceptance letter had come in and been destroyed. It was then that I began to think about the timeline of what had happened. I'd resisted the urge to spy on my neighbor's family for weeks. Indeed, beyond that, he'd lived there for years. If the entity had been in his basement this entire time, then perhaps they were not physically at risk. There'd been plenty of opportunities to hurt them directly. No, this was something else. This was a specter of misfortune, a curse, an information parasite. But my neighbor had not been particularly unlucky as far as I knew. Not until he'd gotten the surveillance system. A bunch of little complaints I'd heard him make suddenly began to add up. Things had been inexplicably going wrong for everyone in his family recently. Alarm clocks had been failing to go off at the proper time. Emails and texts had been a bit weird, and each of the 3 members of his household had a general growing frustration with life. It was undermining them. It was literally lurking in the basement, lurking out of sight, and sabotaging them. And they had no idea. But where had the entity come from? Almost all of the devices and cameras had been there before. The only difference was that they had been integrated. Did observation have an effect on the physical universe? I was no quantum physics expert, but I knew that observation was a crucial part of existence. Did overlapping connected layers of observation somehow enable this entity to slide into our world? When you put all the pieces together, did the whole add up to more than the sum of the parts? I began thinking up a plan of action that involved sneaking over there and turning off all their devices in the hopes of banishing the entity in their basement, but as I did so, I looked down and to the left at my cell phone. It sat quietly glowing on the table, where I'd moved my hand above it and activated its motion sensor. Then, I looked up and noticed the webcam above my monitor that I had always kept pointed at myself. Then I looked to my right at my television, itself containing a sensor, and the gaming console beside it that also had sensors to detect my motion. Microphones, cameras, everywhere. I'd applied for so many internships last summer and gotten none. I'd missed dates and lost budding relationships because of texting troubles. Everything had felt hard and difficult lately. That's why I was sitting alone on my computer most nights. I sat without breathing for nearly 20 seconds. There would be no plan. There would be no action taken. My neighbors would have to fend for themselves. I let out my breath, put my hands back on my mouse and keyboard, and loaded up a computer game. It would look like I'd given up to anyone watching. Well, I thought that was pretty good. I do feel like I want to do one more because as good as it was a bit shorter than I thought it would be. You know, unbelievably. Do you guys want to hear another creepypasta? Because I am more than willing to read another. I just need to know what to read. That's the only issue. I really like doing dramatic readings like that. I feel like I couldn't get as dramatic as I wanted to just because of... You know, I was a little confused by the way it ended, I guess. I guess so. It makes you think. Or something. I don't know. I think it's cool in the fact that he'd been spying on his neighbors for so long he didn't even realize that he'd been spied on himself the whole time. And he had a specter of his own causing misfortune. It's messed up. I wouldn't mind more. Let me see. I need to figure out what to read, though. I need to look up something obscure. Somewhat obscure, but still good in the sense that it's... You know, I just need to figure something else. Something out. What is Mr. Friend 123? Oh, I cannot show that. I cannot show any of that. That is a naked lady. And a gimp suit. And it's really long. God damn, that's long. I am not reading that shit. Oh my good grief, he's naked! I'm not reading that. The couch? No, I don't know about that one. Here, you know what? I will take a quick break while I go search for a creepypasta. If any of you have any, like, recommendations, please feel free to let me know of any. I found something. For those who would wish to listen. It's something called The Odd Kids. And it's somewhat long. I think it might be as long, if not a little bit longer than that last one. Just hopefully there are no interesting things in this story. Who knows? We will find out live. One summer when I was a boy, my parents sent me to stay with my grandparents for the break. Raised in the Pacific Northwest, a small town in eastern Mississippi might as well have been an entirely different country for all I was concerned. The instant we got out of the airport, I was struck with the oppressive humidity, and I became convinced right then and there that my parents downright despised me. Of course, the reality was much kinder than that. My grandparents were good folks. And thankfully I met a girl within a few days of arrival, and we became fast friends. Her name was Jessie, a local girl with long blonde hair and green eyes. The first pair I'd ever encountered. I was in love at first sight. Jessie was a year or two older than me, but that didn't matter much to us. Jessie was the reason I got up every morning. Not necessarily in a romantic sense, of course, but a very literal one. Sure, my grandparents were very hospitable, but they were old and southern, about as far removed from my narrow worldview as could be. They just had no idea how to entertain me. They just had no idea how to entertain me, and I think Jessie was as much a relief to them as she was to me, taking me off their hands during the days and curtailing They just had no idea how to entertain me, and I think Jessie was as much a relief to them as she was to me, taking me off their hands during the days and curtailing somewhat my boundless youthful energy. I can do that better. They just had no idea how to entertain me, and I think Jessie was as much a relief to them as she was to me, taking me off their hands during the days and curtailing somewhat my boundless youthful energy. The place where my grandparents lived was about a mile out from a place called Ashbury Wood, and it was a mile I walked daily. I would always meet Jessie on the path heading my way. On rare occasions, she would already be at my grandparents' house when I was leaving, and I never saw where she lived. It didn't matter much to me, though, because the woods were our real home. Ashbury Wood wasn't particularly dense, but boy did it seem to go on forever. Jessie showed me a few paths around the woods, unofficial trails to interesting sights like clearings, hollowed-out trees, or even just a place where a funny-looking bush was growing. We told each other stories of our hometowns, imagining what life would be like if one of us lived where the other did. Whenever we fantasized about having her come live with me, she would get a strange tone in her voice, but I never thought much of it. While the woods were our home and playground, we still set limits to ourselves. If we went too long without seeing something Jessie recognized, we immediately turned around until we were in familiar territory again. She also set boundaries, significant features we shouldn't go past for one reason or another. Decades later, and the only one I can remember is the creek. The creek itself was nothing to be concerned about. It was just a shallow stream of water that may have come up to my waist, with sloped banks on either side that were sheer but not insurmountable. The first time I discovered it, I immediately headed down into the water, just about ready to cross to the other side when Jessie cried out from behind me, "Stop!" I whirled around on one foot as gracefully as a young boy can and looked up at her. She stood staring across the creek and out into the woods on the other side. Her hands were balled into fists and kept straight at her sides, and I remember being worried that she might begin crying. I climbed back up the side of the creek, coming up beside her. "What's wrong?" I asked. "We need to turn around." Jessie's voice was... "We need to turn around." Jessie's voice was barely above a whisper. She looked terrified and slowly peeled her gaze away from the trees and onto me. "We have to turn back." Reluctantly, I agreed, but only because I could see how upset the situation was making her. Like I said, the water itself wasn't that deep or rapid, and it wasn't even that far into the woods. On the walk back, I raised these points, but Jessie stayed quiet, leading me to a small clearing in the trees that we used as a sort of home base for our adventures. Sitting me down, Jessie stared into the grass for a long moment before she spoke. 2 years ago, I had a friend named Emma. Her hands were balled up in her lap, shaking. We used to play in these woods like you and me do. And one day, like you and me, we found that creek. I laughed. Not because of the content of the story, but because I'd never heard someone pronounce it crick before. Her head snapped up to me. Her head snapped up to look at me in the eyes, and I fell quiet. Standing across from it was these kids who looked about our age, only they weren't right. That time there was only 2. One of them, his head just hung to the side like this. Jessie let her head flop to the left, hanging limp. Another was real tiny, and his hands and head were even littler, like tinier than a baby's. Now, I'm not proud of this next part, but we weren't exactly sugar and spice to him, if you know what I mean. I shook my head that I did not. She sighed. We would call him names, tease him, you know, because they was weird. Emma would throw sticks sometimes, though she wouldn't hit water if she fell out of a boat. The story paused as Jessie smiled to herself, remembering her friend fondly. Did they ever talk back? I asked, bringing her back to reality. Nah, she said, shaking her head. Just stood there looking at us and making these weird squeaking noises. Emma and me started calling them odd kids. 'Cause, you know, they were kids, and they sure as shit were odd. I blushed at such intense language, but Jessie didn't notice. But no matter what we did to them, they never came across the creek. Always just stood on the other side, staring and squeaking. Wasn't always the 2, neither. There was different ones, 4 or 5 in all, I think. What happened to Emma? The direction the story was going was obvious, and I was eager to learn. Jessie stayed quiet for a long while, staring into the ground and absently picking at the grass beneath her. So at first we were afraid, right? The odd kids weren't normal, and we would scare each other silly telling stories of how they eat people and like to run around naked together, just dumb stuff. But as time went on, we got less and less scared of them. It got to the point where we'd stand right on the other side of the creek and dare them to cross over, but they never would. One day we were sitting there talking to ourselves, ignoring the weird-headed one like he's just another tree, and Emma said something about him being too chicken to cross. We both looked at him and he just walked off. Turned around and went deeper into the woods, till eventually we couldn't see him. And I teased Emma that he was daring her to follow him, that she was a chicken if she didn't go. I was listening with rapt attention. at this point. To my young mind, this girl's terror... It may be getting late. To my young mind, this girl's tale of terror was more closely resembled... Wow. To my young mind, this girl's tale of terror more closely resembled a great campfire story, made even better by the fact that it allegedly took place only a brisk walk away from where I sat. Together, the 2 of us crossed the creek, 'cause, like you said, it ain't that big. And we climbed up on the other side and chased after him. We went maybe a quarter mile in before we started hearing that squeaking again. Only up close it didn't sound like squeaking anymore. It sounded like chittering. They surrounded us faster than either of us expected, coming out of the trees like ghosts. I was frozen in fear. I couldn't move a muscle, just staring at the odd kids and wondering what was gonna happen. Then one of them, the limp-headed one, he grabbed Emma, and she screamed. And that just... It's like it woke me up. I tore out of there as fast as I could go. Practically leaped the creek in a single jump. And ran all the way home. My lungs was on fire by the time I stopped, and I was crying all over the place. People trying to get me to tell them what happened, but... Her voice trailed off, and I could see tears welling in her eyes. "Did you?" I asked. She shook her head, blinking away the tears. "I felt guilty," she admitted. "I felt guilty for leaving her, and I just kept thinking she'd come back home. That she'd be right behind me, and we'd cry about it and never go across that damn creek again. But she didn't." Jessie shook her head again. "But she didn't," she repeated. "She didn't ever come back. Nobody ever went looking for her neither, 'cause she was an orphan. I didn't say nothing, and nobody even knew to look." Staring out into the woods in the direction of the creek, Jessie's voice cracked. "The odd kids got her. I don't know what they did with her. I'm sorry." I tried consoling her, unsure of what to say, but Jessie wasn't paying attention to me anymore. She stood up, brushed the dirt off her denim shorts, and started walking towards town. I got up and chased after her. "Wait!" I cried. "Where are you going?" "Home." "Home? But why?" The concept seemed alien to me. It was the middle of the day. Who would want to stay indoors? "I can't stay in these woods, not today." You should go home too. We'll meet up tomorrow morning." But nothing." She stopped and turned to face me. "Go home!" Jessie started to turn around before something else occurred to her. "And don't ever go across the creek, you hear me?" I nodded silently, and she reached out, grabbing my shoulders and giving me a firm shake. "Say it!" she demanded. I promise. No going across the creek," I said timidly. She stared into my eyes as if searching my soul for a way to ensure my sincerity. Whether she found it or not, she eventually released me and headed off, leaving me standing alone in the woods with nothing on my hands but free time and my own thoughts. I looked back in the direction of the creek and the mysterious woods beyond me. Were there really such a thing as odd kids? I knew monsters didn't exist in Oregon, but here in Mississippi it felt like anything could be true. Plus, Jessie had told the story with such conviction it felt disloyal to be skeptical. I spent the rest of the day in the woods, wandering aimlessly. Part of me wanted to go back to the creek, but real or not, Jessie's story had scared the hell out of me. At one point I just got close enough that I could make the creek out through the trees, and I peered as hard as I could at the bank on the other side. I wanted to make out a pair of eyes staring back at me, or hear that chittering Jessie had talked about. Heck, at that point, I would have accepted a quick blur between the trees as concrete evidence. But despite my willingness to believe, nothing came forward to present itself. The opposite bank was devoid of life, and I didn't have the gall to investigate any closer. As the sky dimmed, I reluctantly began the long walk home, unaccompanied for the first time all summer. I considered Jessie's story of the odd kids and almost started to get a little angry with her. Of course they didn't exist. She made them up just to mess with me, and threw in another girl conveniently orphaned to drive home the scare. I shook my head and laughed, thinking about how gullible I'd been. Later at dinner, I ate with the ferocity of an animal. I hadn't realized how hungry I'd become, alone in the woods all day thinking. And the chicken my grandmother cooked was the most delicious thing I'd ever eaten. It was only on my third drumstick that I stopped long enough to ask them a question. "Did you guys ever hear of anyone going missing in the woods?" I asked between bites, interrupting the regular mealtime silence. They looked at one another quizzically, and as if searching their collective memory, they said, "No, I don't think so," said my grandmother eventually.
"Don't ring any bells," her husband agreed. "Why do you ask?"
I shook my head, taking another bite to buy myself some more time to think of an answer. Just something I heard some kids talking about, I told them. Some jerks were trying to scare Jesse and me by saying a girl named Emma went missing. Suddenly, my grandmother's eyes lit up with recognition. You know, I didn't hear nothing about that, but I do recall that girl being terrified of those woods. She nodded thoughtfully over a spoonful of corn. Yeah, it was a couple of years back that girl come tearing out of the woods like the devil himself is on her heels, screaming and crying. I didn't nose my way into it on account of her father asking people if they would leave his daughter alone, but I overheard that girl weren't right for a couple weeks. Just sitting in her room, not talking to nobody. She clucked her tongue and took another bite of corn. Lord only knows what happened to that girl, but it shook her something fierce. I suddenly felt a sick terror in my stomach, like the feeling you get watching a recording of yourself only to see something terrifying looming just out of your sight. Something you never knew was there. Did this mean the odd kids were real? Had they been watching me as I stepped into the creek? So, you never found out what happened? I hesitantly asked, unsure if I wanted the answer. Grandma just shook her head, and the three of us continued eating in silence. Grandpa brought up a baseball game he'd seen on TV earlier that day, and I feigned interest as well as I could, but I wasn't all there. My mind was back in the woods at that creek, inspecting every square inch of my memory for a sign of something else. Sleep didn't come easy that night, but when it did, it was wrought with nightmares. Thoughts of odd kids crawled through my mind, bringing me back to the creek. Looking deeper into the woods, I saw dozens of pairs of eyes staring back at me, slowly bobbing back and forth, as though they were advancing towards me. My dream self was paralyzed, helpless to do anything but watch as the monsters came out of the shadows. The one Jesse had described, with his head sagging to the side, led the plodding advance. As a group, the odd kids crawled down into the creek, dragging broken limbs and torn flesh behind them, each of them chittering off-tempo with the others to create a horrible cacophony of noise that filled my ears and bore into my soul, staring into the hungry eyes of the limp-headed leader as he reached out to drag me down. I awoke screaming. The noise still rang in my ears and, coupled with my panic, caused me to flail against my blankets as though they were trying to engulf me. I fell onto the floor with a hard thud, finally coming to rest. My grandfather burst into the room and my grandmother was close behind him.
Are you okay?
He bellowed, still full of adrenaline, but even though he was beginning to realize there was no threat. Embarrassed, I kicked the sheets off me and stood up. Yeah, just a bad dream, I muttered. As I came to my senses, I realized the noise I'd been hearing was the sound of cicadas filling the room, broadcasting their mating calls to the world. Laughing off their overzealous response, my grandparents led me downstairs to breakfast, which I accepted readily. That morning, I walked all the way to the woods without running into Jessie. I stood at the edge of the path, looking back down the road, trying to make out her figure, but nobody was there. Sighing, I walked all the way back to my house, then down to the woods again. There was no sign of her. My adolescent mind filled once more with nightmarish imagery, but I did my best to stay grounded in reality. She was the last person who would have gone across the creek, and if the odd kids ever ventured out of the woods, surely people around town would talk about them, right? Armed with these rationalizations, I decided to head to our favorite clearing and wait for her. She wasn't there when I arrived. Part of me had expected her to be waiting in the grass, ready to laugh in my face, when she learned how I'd walked up and down the path 2 or more times before thinking to check our spot. And as an hour ticked by, slowly, I began to wonder if something bad really had happened to her. But if something had, what was I going to do about it? I had no idea where she lived. She was the only kid I knew in the area. Almost unconsciously, I began to head towards the creek. I had only promised I wouldn't cross it after all. And if she was so concerned about my whereabouts, she should have let me know where she was going to be. Besides, if she had been able to outpace the odd kids when they were right beside her, I would be able to get away long before they got close. My legs were filled with a giddy, nervous energy as I kept walking, sometimes at a quick pace and others at barely a shuffle. Once the creek itself was in view, I began to move from tree to tree, using them like cover from whatever might lurk on the other side of the creek. I inched closer, cautious to not disturb even a single twig in my approach. Finally, I was only a few yards from the near bank of the creek. I crouched down and quietly got to my hands and knees, closing the last stretch on all fours, and keeping a close watch on the trees ahead of me. I hissed out Jesse's name in a low voice, straining my ears into the woods to catch anything of interest. But nothing happened. It was just another ordinary day, and I was just some weird boy whispering into the woods. I was just about to turn around when a brief flash of movement caught my eye. I hadn't noticed it before because I was scanning the ground, but turning my eyes up, I saw a silhouette of something I couldn't quite make out. It swayed gently in the breeze as though it was suspended from the branches. The leaves broke up the distant form, which must have been several dozens of feet away. And I immediately forgot my promise to Jesse. I had to know what that thing was. Just as I was about to swing my legs down the bank of the creek, a call startled me to my feet in an instant. "What are you doing?" Jessie was standing a ways behind me, clinging onto a tree as though she might fall without its support. Though her tone was one of anger, her face was ghost white. She beckoned me towards her, clearly unwilling to go closer to the creek than she was. I twisted my body around, raising an arm to point at the thing I'd seen in the treetops, but I couldn't relocate it. I saw something," I said, scanning the leaves for the swaying form. "And with luck, it didn't see you," she hissed, stamping her foot in the dirt. I shook my head, my boyish curiosity trumping her obvious fear. "Don't be such a scaredy cat," I said, crouching down to see if I could find the figure in the branches. Briefly, I wondered if it had moved, but that seemed impossible. Whatever it wasn't animate. "I'm going across." "No!" Jessie screamed, lunging towards me. I was already startled by her cry, and mid-turn she collided into me at full force, sending us both tumbling down into the bank and into the creek. We yelled and flailed as we both fell, both of us landing on my back. The muddy water babbled over us, and I scooted away, pulling myself onto the far bank of the creek. Jessie followed, more out of a desire to get out of the water than anything. "Nice going," I said sarcastically. The water was actually a little refreshing in the summertime heat, but we knew that before long we'd be drowning in humidity, our damp clothes suffocating what little comfort sweating brought us. I crawled up onto the opposite side of the creek, once again raising my eyes to the branches to find what I'd seen. "Please, please, can we go?" Jessie was at my side, clutching my arm, despite the fact that I was a good half a foot shorter than she was. "We really need to go, please." "Come on, just a little further." Wonder and excitement had overtaken all other emotions in my mind. Before, when the creek was just a memory, it was easy to picture a world of monsters lurking just across the way. Now that I was here, in the light of day, I felt empowered. I could see that there weren't monsters, so obviously I was safe. I'm lucky to be alive. Tugging Jessie forward, I walked to the spot where I'd seen the thing hanging from the trees, but now it was nowhere to be found. From where I was standing, I could still make out the creek, and I tried to imagine myself crouched low on the other side, looking up into the branches. The wind blew lazily through the leaves, shaking them this way and that, but nothing unnatural hung from the canopy. "I saw something right here," I said aloud, justifying my persistence to Jessie. I did feel bad for dragging her somewhere she obviously didn't want to be, and I thought if I had done something to show for it, maybe she would have understood. Instead, here I was, staring up into the trees like an idiot, with a terrified girl clinging to my side. Her eyes darted back and forth across the tree line as if waiting for something to suddenly appear and attack us. Unwilling to leave empty-handed, I coaxed us slowly forward as we pressed on. The woods around us seemed to get quieter, as if we were entering some sort of dead zone in the forest, a place where even the birds and critters refused to go. Jessie's nails dug into my arm, but she stayed right by my side, no longer making any noise except a small whimper with every exhalation. After another 5 or 10 minutes of walking, we came across a rocky outcropping jutting out of the ground, and a small hole leading down. Intrigued as I was by the promise of more adventure, something else caught our attention. A strange doll laid propped against the mouth of the cave, facing us. Its elongated forehead drooped slightly over its face, making the upper right side of its head concave. Its eyes were small and beady and black, shining in the midday sun, and tufts of hair had been placed into its scalp in a disorganized manner. It was garbled only in small denim overalls, covering grungy cloth skin. Before I could even draw breath to comment on it, Jessie was fiercely tugging me away. "That's it! That's one of them!" She was practically screaming, raw terror coming through in her voice, but her reaction was scaring me more than the object itself. That was an odd kid? An oversized doll? "Calm down," I said, tugging back against her. "It can't be, look at it! It's not breathing, it's just a doll." Wrenching my arm out of her grip, Jessie fell face first in the dirt, but was on her feet a second later. I heard her starting to run and turned to tell her that she didn't have to get any closer if she was scared, that I would go examine it alone. As I stared in her direction, however, my voice caught in my throat. Standing where Jessie and I had been not 20 seconds ago was another doll. Only this one was different. It was cleaner and more well-made, as if whoever had made the one by the cave had learned from their mistakes. This girl doll was standing beside a tree, watching us with those same all-black eyes, short brown hair matted with dirt and clumped to her head haphazardly. A tattered red dress clung desperately to her right shoulder, and beneath it the cloth skin looked much cleaner than the others, much more real. Before I could say a word, Jessie broke the silence. I expected her to shriek, but instead what came out of her mouth was barely above a whisper. "Emma?" The girl doll took a step forward and my terror levels shot up to their limits. I glanced backwards to see the doll was pulling itself to its feet, awkwardly shambling towards us. Any doubt I had in Jessie's story evaporated in an instant. The odd kids were real, and they were right in front of me. Without another moment's hesitation, I grabbed Jessie's... Ouch. Without another moment's hesitation, I grabbed Jessie's wrist suddenly, becoming the one desperate to get us out. Come on, let's go!" I yelled at her, but she didn't even seem to hear me. She instead began to walk towards the girl doll, towards Emma, I guessed. Though I couldn't see how that could ever have been Jessie's friend. I kept pulling at her arm even as the thing behind her got closer. Jessie was focused exclusively on the other girl, blocking out the whole rest of the world. The doll reached out to Jessie, and she raised her own hand out as well. "Jess!" I began to say, but I was interrupted by a heavy object falling directly onto my best friend, sending her crumpling into the dirt. On top of her was a small human-like figure, with the head and hands proportionally much smaller than they should have been. Finally observing one up close, I realized their skin wasn't just dirty cloth. It was rotten, molted flesh. I scrambled backwards as the little creature gripped Jessie by the hair, tugging her head up painfully. Jessie screamed and clawed at the ground, trying to shove the thing off of her. But the creature she'd called Emma sagged to its knees, clamped a hand over her mouth, and then turned its head to look at me. Energy surged to my legs and I shot upright. I was in full panic mode, operating on a primal instinct to flee, but just as I started to run, I collided into a solid force that knocked me back down to the ground. Another one of those things stood before me, his head flopping awkwardly to the left, just as Jessie had demonstrated. The one I had seen slumped by the cave came into my view, holding a large rock in its hands. Before I could roll out of the way, the weight came down on my head, sending a splitting pain through my skull. My vision went white and a deafening ringing filled my ears, but I stayed conscious throughout. I could faintly feel things tugging at me, pulling me across the ground as I struggled just to regain my senses. The blinding white slowly faded to an impenetrable black, and the ringing dulled to formless shuffling, the odd kid's strange chitters echoing off the walls of the cave. I did my best to stay limp as I was dragged across rough stone, tearing into my shirt and cutting my flesh. I'm certain I whimpered in pain, but the odd kids didn't react to it, hauling me further into their lair. Eventually the motion came to an end. I was propped against a rough stone wall, and even in the darkness I could tell that one of them was just in front of my face, quietly muttering to itself in those strange, rhythmic noises. Its coarse fingers grabbed my hands, and it began stretching a strong, thin fabric around my wrists, binding them together. It wrapped for what felt like ages until it finally seemed satisfied that my hands weren't going anywhere, then moved on to my ankles to do the same. Once that was done, the thing shuffled away, the noise of its movements getting gradually fainter before disappearing altogether. Meaning to breathe a sigh of relief, I instead let out a choked sob, finally letting myself express the terror I'd felt through the whole ordeal. I'm not ashamed to admit I sat in that cave and cried, certain I'd never see my parents or grandparents ever again. Only when I heard more movement coming my way did I make any effort to quiet myself. I did my best to control my breathing, sucking in breaths through shuttered gasps and letting them out slowly through my nose. I tried to picture what the noises were, slowly, put together that someone else was being dragged down the same rough path I had been. They were bringing Jessie back here too. For a brief moment I felt hope. As selfish as it is to admit, at the very least I took comfort in knowing that I wouldn't have to suffer alone. Part of me even entertained the notion that perhaps together Jessie and I could escape this cave and never, ever come back to these awful woods again. Of course, the reality of this plan had many obstacles. The cave was utterly dark, something that didn't seem to affect the odd kids one bit. For all I knew, there was one sitting in the room with me, silently watching and waiting for me to make a move so it could pounce on me again and finish the job. On top of that, they easily outnumbered us. The odds were stacked against us in every conceivable way. Jessie noisily entered the room in which I was kept, and her muffled screaming gave me a sense of dimensions of the room. It seemed smaller than I expected, likely only a little bigger than my own bedroom. Still, it was plenty big for storing the two of us. Just as I was wondering if they could leave Jessie and me alone together, the room was filled with a soft, blue luminescence. One of the odd kids, I couldn't tell which with their back turned to me, was brushing their fingers against a strange kind of moss on the far wall, and the agitation sparked a chain reaction across the entire plant. Tendrils of blue light arced over the wall in a brilliant pattern, the illumination branching off itself like a snowflake before finally filling in, covering the cave wall in the most beautiful display I'd ever seen. And there, in front of the glowing moss, was Jessie. She had been laid out in an obviously man-made dirt platform, and her struggles stilled as puffs of spores from the glowing moss fell onto her. The odd kid stood over her, observing for a moment before bending forward over her. In my life, I had never heard the sound of flesh tearing, but the very first time was unmistakable. I jerked at the noise, as if it had been my own skin, and my heart beat so fast I worried that it would give me away. I screwed my eyes shut and just listened as the odd kid did God knows what to my helpless friend, only a few feet from my face. Mustering up what courage I could, I began to work the bonds around my wrists against a jagged rock, working just slow enough to not make too much noise. The ripping noise soon gave way to gurgles and wet squishing, but I didn't allow myself to picture it. Instead, I thought about my grandparents, about seeing their warm smiles one more time, I thought about the airplane that would take me out of Mississippi. And I thought about every excuse I would ever use for the rest of my life to keep myself from getting on another plane back. I had to survive this. I had to. Sure enough, the ropes came free with enough effort. Once they were weak enough, I managed to pull them apart with brute strength, the fibers tearing away from each other with a soft sound, something that was almost pleasingly contrasted against the disturbing noises coming from across the room. I groped around in the near dark, my fingers moving from rock to rock until I found something loose enough and big enough that I felt comfortable with it. I now stared directly at the odd kid, its back still turned as it performed its macabre ritual on my friend. Sawing the rock across the ropes around my ankles, I worked my nerve up to what I was going to have to do next. Armed with a rock, I was going to attack the odd kid, knocking them out with one good blow. Fair play, I thought to myself. Next, I would grab Jessie and hoist her over my shoulder. She was taller than me, sure, but I wasn't a weak kid. After that, we would sneak out of the cave somehow and sprint back to my grandparents' house and be safe. The wraps across my ankles fell away, and I slowly stretched my legs out before getting them underneath me. The odd kid was still oblivious to me, and part of me hated that. Here I was about to bash in its skull with a rock, and it didn't even consider me enough of a threat to turn around and check on me. "Hey," I whispered, the rock clutched tight in my fist as I held it out to the side behind my head. The odd kid finally swiveled around, and I stared into its soulless black eyes one last time before bringing the weapon across. The sensation was nothing like I expected. Instead of a solid blow and a resonating crack, my hand squelched through its blotchy skin with little resistance. I stood there stunned and stared into its remaining eye as its face hung loosely around my wrist. Soft scratches made their way across my hand, and I jerked it back. Force of my fist pulling out of its head, tearing another gouge through the skin that was not skin. Looking down at my hand, I saw the single most horrific thing I've ever seen in my life. Instead of brains, blood, and gore covering my hand, there were bugs. Centipedes, spiders, ants, and more, too numerous to count, swarmed over my skin. The bag of flesh before me slumped to its knees before kneeling over, its occupants surging out of the hole in its neck. I lost it. I screamed at the top of my lungs and beat my arm against the wall of the cave, sloughing off the vermin and sheets. Through the chaos, I called out Jessie's name, forgetting at the time that I had already expected her to be unconscious at best. Her head tilted to the side, and she raised herself up onto her elbows, staring at me. My heart swelled, thinking for a moment that if nothing else, at least we would get out of this alive. When the azure glow of the moss reflected off Jessie's all-black eyes, I ran. Through the darkness I ran, heedless of the frantic chittering that echoed off the stone all around me. I ran into every single twist and turn in those tight tunnels, still struggling to scrape all the bugs off my arm. With every passing moment, I expected to feel the odd kid's hands wrap around my legs, drag me back to that room, and do to me what they'd done to Jessie. Turn me into one of them. Finally, I saw a thin shaft of light at the end of the darkness. I scrambled out of the cave and into the open woods, the full moon giving me plenty of illumination to find my way. Through the entire sprint, I tore at the flesh of my arm with my fingernails, scraping off the remains of the odd kid as they wriggled and crawled across me. The entire run is almost a blur now. I didn't stop once, didn't even peek behind me for fear of seeing those things one more time. When I burst into my grandparents' house, the two of them were both awake, sitting up in the living room waiting for me. I must have told a tale with a single look, because their stern expressions melted upon seeing my eyes, and they stayed up with me the rest of the night. Sitting on the couch and wrapped in a blanket, I just stared out the window at the dusty old road that led from the house, praying that I wouldn't see Jessie walking down it. The next day, after I'd slept and eaten, my parents tried to coax me out of what happened. The next day after I'd slept and eaten, my parent... Almost done. The next day after I'd slept and eaten, my grandparents tried to coax me out of what happened. Coaxed out of me. The next day after I'd slept and eaten, my grandparents tried to coax out of me what happened. I didn't know what to tell them. Eventually I told them I'd just fallen asleep in the woods and had a nightmare, freaked myself out and ran home crying. They hugged me and laughed gently, and my grandpa said I should call ahead next time I'm going to worry them half to death. I smiled, and Jesse's face appeared in my mind's eye. I didn't let myself be alone for the rest of the vacation. This meant staying indoors for the most part, something I was more than fine with. When word got out that Jesse hadn't been home in a few days and people started searching, my grandparents asked me if I knew anything about it. I wanted to tell them about the odd kids. I should have said something. I know that now, but like the scared child I was, I just said I didn't, and they left it at that. 3 weeks later, I got on a plane and went home. And for the first time since the cave, I felt like I could breathe again. I no longer had the threat of the odd kids looming over me, just waiting for a moment's lapse in readiness so they could pounce. I'd like to say that I don't know what happened to Jessie, that her fate remains a mystery, but that would be the coward's way out. Jessie died because of me, because of my hubris, my curiosity, and my stupid thirst for adventure. Jessie lost her life. This is something I think about every day, even some 30 years later, and it just hurts, just as much as the very first time I realized it. Thousands of miles and a couple decades now lay between me and the worst summer of my life. But it isn't perspective that's prompted me to finally write out my tale. My daughter Maggie has been getting excited about collecting bugs, and as uneasy as it may make me, I'm not the kind to stop her. What really unsettles me about this is how her bugs act. Every time she brings me one of her little jars, the bugs inside, they watch me. I know how crazy this sounds. I know bugs don't see like you and I, but it's like they want me to know that they know I'm there. I went into my daughter's room a few days ago when she was out at school and picked up her ant farm to see what would happen. I expected them to freeze, to turn and look at me. Instead, they went away. They went into a frenzy. Every last ant swarmed the side of the container, crawling over each other and climbing against the plastic that separated them from my right hand. The hand the bugs were on for minutes as I stumbled blindly through that cave, frantically clawing them off. I watched horrified as the ants literally tore each other apart to be the one closest to my hands. What did the odd kids do to me? I think that one was a little too long. I think I should have just kept it at that first one, because I feel exhausted. And also, like, no one's here anymore. Wah wah. That's what happens. I mean, I had fun, for the most part. For all the bingo and for the first real story. I feel like maybe that was something to read on my own time, because it was a bit long and also just no one's here. It doesn't matter. Alright, well, hopefully everyone had fun to the one person here. Two people. Maybe I'll do more creepypasta stuff in the future, but I feel like this may not be my niche anymore. Not quite getting the views I used to off of it, which isn't necessarily an indicator that I'll stop altogether, but I do feel like it is pretty telling of, you know, what people want to see. I didn't even break 70 views this time. pre-VOD. Maybe people will watch it later. I do need to timestamp the VOD. Maybe sometime in the future I'll do more, but for the foreseeable future, I don't think I'll be doing any more creepypasta stuff. I'll be doing creepypasta grab bag, which is still a bit. Eventually, I'll get back to doing that. Remember when I said that that was every Sunday? No, I don't think any of you guys have. For people who may know my channel, it used to be a bit where I'd do creepypasta grab bag every Sunday. Then I kept running out of material, so I made it every other Sunday. Then I realized that doesn't really get me the views that it should, so I just stopped doing it altogether. I made it a really infrequent thing. Now there's just this huge backlog of shitty creepypasta game content. Maybe some Sunday soon I'll do some of that again. I do have fun with it, even though my computer does get viruses. Sometimes those viruses are worth it. For the content. It's true. Alright, well, good night everyone who's here. To the two of you. Grab bag thing is spooky games? Yes. Sure is. We take a bunch of games, they could be good or bad, all of them from Game Jolt, they're all creepypasta themed. Or just horror game themed. And we play it. Grab bag. As in, you reach in the bag and you grab something and you don't know what you're gonna get. Could be bad, could be really good. It could make you want to throw your computer out of your window. I think it's a fun bit. It's fun to do. I like it. But yeah, regardless. Good night, everyone. I will see you this Sunday. Astra and I will be playing Portal 2 co-op. Finally. Good night. Mwahaha.